Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 7 p.m. in room 3W15 to set a local consent resolutions calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Local and Consent Calendars will meet today at 7 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to set a local consent and resolutions calendar.
The chair lays out House Bill 2494 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2494 by Craddock, relating to disannexation of certain areas of a municipality for failure to provide services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone for further consideration House Bill 2494 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 14th. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 1784 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1784 by Busey, relating to measures to assist students enrolled at public institutions of higher education who are homeless or who are or were in foster care.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to just talk about this bill real quick based on yesterday's vote. I think there may be some misunderstanding. This is a simple bipartisan bill that I'm working on with Senator Parker. He's carrying the Senate companion. This bill has no fiscal note. This bill simply lets homeless college students use the same resources that college students who are in foster care already get to use. We're not expanding the government. We're not creating new complicated programs, and we're not spending taxpayer money. I don't think this should be controversial. I've had many talks on this House floor with people since the vote yesterday to make sure we understand what this is. Not being a new program, we all want to do something about homelessness in the state. These are homeless students that are in college finding their Texas path forward, and we're just saying help get them resources. I want to thank Representative Lujan as one of many members that have talked to me about this bill. Voted against it, changed his vote, came up after looking at the bill closer, and is now here to help and support. Again, I hope y'all will take a closer look at this. These are individuals on our college campuses that will now get to help people that have suffered homelessness find more success in their college path, find a career path, find success, and avoid homelessness in the future. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1784. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting nay. Have all voted. There being 90 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 1784 has finally passed. The chair lays out House Bill 5081 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5081 by Leach, relating to the protection of personal identifying information of certain persons in a judicial system, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is meant to protect the personal identifying information of our judges and judicial branch officers. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
This is just a clarifying amendment. I move adoption of the amendment.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will you hold 2 seconds?
Ms. Gonzalez, do you have a question?
Oh, sorry,
for the
Mr.
author?
Speaker. Will this gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
I apologize, Chairman Leach. As you know, we are having slow computers. I know you said I don't even know what you said, but what is this? Can you describe your amendment?
It's a clarifying amendment that ensures the bill functions as intended.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5081. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. You've all voted. There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5081 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 3066 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3066 by Leach, relating to the entitlement of certain municipalities to certain tax revenue associated with hotel and convention center projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3066 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 14th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 638. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 638 by Tepper, relating to a requirement that certain water districts make audio and video recordings of open meetings available on the internet.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a transparency bill. House Bill 638 requires water districts to record and post online each regularly scheduled open meeting. If a water district is located only in counties with less than 125,000 people, the water district only has to do an audio recording. If the district is 125,000 people and over, it's an audio and video recording. The water districts are coming into greater importance and focus with drastically increasing funding. It's time they have their day in the sun. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 638. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alcott voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgardner voting aye. You've all voted. There being 139 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 638 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 640. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 640 by Bumgarner relating to the office hours of an election authority during an election period.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a simple code cleanup bill that allows municipalities to be closed on Good Friday. This bill passed out of the House unanimously last session. And get your sprinkles ready because the Stars are going to win Game 4 of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 640. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 640 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 876. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 876 by Lalani relating to the establishment of certain information sharing and analysis organizations by the Department of Information Resources.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 876 allows the Department of Information Resources to establish a new interstate information sharing and analysis organization expanding participation beyond Texas-based entities. This bill is endorsed by the Innovation and Technology Caucus also. I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the amendment.
This amendment ensures that this bill does not conflict with the Cyber Command Bill. I move adoption.
Dr. Lalani sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 876. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 103 ayes, 40 nays, House Bill 876 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 497. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 497 by Patterson relating to requiring parental consent for behavior or mental health treatment by school district personnel.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, quick show of hands. Who thinks that folks ought to be able to treat your children for non-emergency care without your consent? That's what this bill seeks to address. A while back, constituents in my district brought a concern forward about health clinics treating students in Denton ISD. Since then, I've learned that there are about 90 such clinics throughout the state. What's worse is that these clinics are able to treat some students without parental consent. So what services are offered by these clinics? According to their website, Petty Place, who has clinics in at least Denton and Louisville ISD, provides, quote, integrated mental health services, unquote, within their primary care. An article in Child Trends from January 22 discusses how clinics can, quote, overcome hurdles to offer or connect students with family planning services. Is that happening in Texas? Well, according to a contract between Humble ISD and Memorial Hermann Community Benefit Corporation, family planning services was listed in the services provided to students. These facts should be concerning to all parents, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or not political at all. Now, I fully recognize that some students don't have the same access to actual health care as other students. And I realize schools may technically be a convenient location to provide actual health care to some students. But as a strong advocate for protecting Texas kids and for parental rights, with several strong legislative wins already under my belt, it's my goal with this legislation that we ensure no student is ever subjected to any behavior or mental health information or treatment without the full written consent of his or her parent. This bill ensures parents remain the chief caregiver of their kids and ensures no school personnel can ever provide treatment directly or indirectly to a student unbeknownst to the child's parent.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Patterson. Just have a few questions here. Can you clarify what constitutes behavioral or mental health services under this bill? Would casual check-ins by a school counselor or basic mental wellness support fall under this definition?
No, ma'am.
As a former nurse, I'm concerned about delays in care. I know you mentioned in your layout non-emergency. I don't see that in the bill, though. So can you explain how this bill accounts for the time-sensitive nature of mental health crises?
Yes, ma'am. This bill does not affect the Texas Family Code. And in section 32.003 and 32.004 of the Texas Family Code, a child can consent without a parent for counseling for suicide prevention, chemical addiction or dependency, or sexual, physical, or emotional abuse. And if a child is in acute need of care immediately, then obviously they can go forward and be protected under the law to go forward and provide that care for that student at that time.
So is that something that we could reference in your bill that would make sure that people are aware of that?
Well, I mean, that's referenced in the Texas Family Code, which is a different
Right.
section of code. I don't know that it would be germane to my bill.
Okay, I would like to look at that anyway. Are there any liability protections in place for school nurses or counselors who, due to this bill, may be legally barred from acting in a student's best interest during a health-related episode without written consent? Or do you think that the Family Code covers that as well?
I believe that if there's an acute incident happening in the moment, that the schools are protected to provide the care that's needed for that student.
The language in the bill would prohibit providing a student with, quote, informational materials on family planning, human sexuality, or mental health, end quote, without parental consent. So in a plain language reading of the bill, if we're talking about informational materials on mental health, that means the school counselor, or does it not, mean a school counselor can't have a flyer about topics like dealing with stress or test anxiety. And if this is not your intent, again, can we clarify that we're not trying to prevent this type of information being provided?
I think what we're trying to prevent is any sort of treatment or information that would be given as treatment for a mental health or behavioral health situation with a child without parental consent.
So again, we might want to, if you're open to it, visit the language there of informational materials could be construed as flyers with information. School nurses are important sources of trusted information. I know that in my own children's high school, the school nurses had flyers with information on topics like sexually transmitted infections, which, by the way, are increasing at an alarming rate here in Texas among Texas teens. Do we actually want to prevent that information from being available so that teens actually have access to information that could prevent these diseases that are spreading rapidly in our state?
I have an amendment in the system that I believe will cover to make sure that we don't involve this bill in the TEKS and any sex ed course that would be happening. I think that would be addressed in that situation.
And actually, I did have a question about the TEKS, but I think I'm really more talking about pamphlets and brochures and things that might be available in the nurse's office, in the counselor's office that would provide this information. But in regard to the TEKS, which of course are adopted by the State Board of Education, they do cover a lot of content on mental health. And when I read informational materials on mental health, I want to make sure, again, as I think you're saying you perhaps have an amendment to, that doesn't impact health textbooks with state-approved information on mental health or any other subjects that might be approved by the State Board of Education.
That is not the intent of this bill, and that's why we included that language in our final amendment. I had put 3 amendments in there, one of which was not going to be germane, one of which did not include the information about the TEKS. And so if you look in the system, the one with the star next to my name is the amendment that I'm going to go with.
Okay.
And that one includes to clarify that we're not talking about TEKS or any curriculum that is approved for the classroom. We're talking about behavioral or mental health treatment within the school setting.
Okay, so what you are telling me that should be clear in the bill, and I'd need to look at it again to make sure, but that it's treatment, not information, but treatment?
Well, it's healthcare, and I think part of healthcare would be providing a child with direct information to that specific child about something going on medically as it relates to behavior or mental health. And as a parent of 3 public school students, I would want to be not only involved in that conversation, but I would want to be able to provide consent for any non-emergency treatment that is happening with my child.
And I absolutely agree with you that we want the parents to be involved. Obviously, as a parent, I would want to be involved. There are occasions, of course, and I think we'll probably hear from different members about situations where young people approach their trusted adults in the school setting to obtain information. And obviously, we want the parents to be aware of that. Sometimes there is a need to maintain a certain trust level to make sure that students don't shut down and that they continue to seek help and guidance. But we can talk about that later. So mental health is being singled out in this, other than family planning and contraceptives, for consent restrictions when schools routinely provide other health-related content like nutrition education, anti-smoking campaigns, concussion protocols, etc., without parental consent. So why are you singling out mental health in particular?
I think specifically from my perspective, as someone that has worked on these issues and cares deeply about the mental health of our children, as you've seen in other legislation that I've filed and passed out of this House, I think that the problem is that mental health is a much more broad term than smoking or some of the other examples that you gave there. Mental health is an extremely broad term, and I think that there could potentially be examples where adults have chosen to use the umbrella of mental health to talk with children about things that may not necessarily be appropriate or may not necessarily be relevant. And so we just wanted to make sure that if you're going to provide treatment or information materials in the mental health or behavioral health umbrella, that you would get the parents' consent before doing so.
And to your point, being a large umbrella with a lot of things that might be under it, in order to fully understand what's in the bill, there may need to be more clarity about what it is that you are using in your definition there so that it would be understandable, because I assume there might be some different interpretations of what the mental health umbrella might include.
Sure.
Final question has to do, what if a student shares that they're being abused at home in some way? Does a school nurse or counselor have to call the student's abuser before being able to speak to the student about it? And how does this comport with the requirements that we already have in place to report when we are aware of potential abuse?
Yeah, that's a different section of code. I guess if you want to say, just for the example, counselor or teacher in that case, or any school personnel, I guess would be a better way to phrase it, already has protections under the law to talk to the child about that and to contact law enforcement quickly about that situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 497 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 of the House Rules, and under Article 3, Section 35 of the Texas Constitution, on the grounds that the caption fails to give the legislature and the public reasonable notice of the subject of the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Tallarico raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for House Bill 497 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 on the grounds that the caption of the bill fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the bill. The bill's caption states that it relates to requiring parental consent for behavioral or mental health treatment by school district personnel. As commonly understood, the terms behavioral or mental health described conditions such as depression, anxiety, or alcohol or drug dependency. The bill's provisions relating to providing contraception or information materials related to family planning and human sexuality are not the class embraced by the caption. The author acknowledged this distinction during the opening remarks, in which he stated that the bill expressly related to providing information or treatment. Thus, the caption fails to provide reasonable notice of the subject of the bill. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4862. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2411. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2411 by Schwertner relating to business organizations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Longoria to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2411 is the biennial update to the Texas Business Code that the legislature passes every session to ensure that the code remains current and Texas remains competitive with other states. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2411. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Longoria voting aye. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Have all voted. There being 132 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2411 is passed to third reading. Mr. Longoria moves to lay House Bill 4862 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair has none and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5539. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2306. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2306 by Parker relating to the provision of adoption cost information by a licensed child placing agency.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2306 ensures that cost transparency in the adoption process by requiring licensed child placing agencies to post an itemized list of adoption-related expenses online. Too often, families are blindsided by unexpected fees, turning a hopeful journey into a financial burden. This bill does not impose new regulations. It helps lower the barriers to adoption, which we desperately need in the state of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2306. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 138 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 2306 is passed to third reading. Mr. Schatzline moves to lay House Bill 5539 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair has none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4809. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4809 by Meyer relating to the appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes of property that qualifies for an exemption as a historic or archaeological site.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4809 requires chief appraisers to factor in the impact of historic restrictions when determining market value. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4809. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4809 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5308. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5308 by Cortez relating to certain authorities for the Adjutant General for procurement and construction.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5308 clarifies and affirms that procurement related to construction is among the powers delegated to the Adjutant General of the Texas Military after the Texas Military Facilities Commission was abolished in 2007. This revision increases state efficiency and allows the Texas Military Department to function more smoothly. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5308. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5308 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4687. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4687 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to the applicability of certain immunity and liability laws to certain charter school campuses or programs.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to lay this out for Representative Gervin Hawkins. The legislature has been very intentional about solidifying immunity protections over the years, including passages of comprehensive governmental immunity provision benefits to both traditional schools and open enrollment charter schools authorized under Subchapter D of the Education Code. HB 4687 continues this legacy by including Subchapter C and G charter high schools that have existing statutory governmental immunity. Members, this does not bestow any grant or any new rights or privileges, and we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is acceptable to the author. I spoke to Representative Gervin Hawkins before, and we worked with her staff on this. It's a perfecting amendment that clarifies it is the charter holder who is liable, who is immune from liability in this bill. I move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to close on the bill.
This establishes parity between federal and state case law and alignment between charter schools and traditional counterparts. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4687. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 116 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 4687 is passed to engrossment. Members, earlier today, Ms. Hernandez gave notice to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 5623 failed to pass. The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which HB 5623 by Yvonne Davis failed to pass to engrossment.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. There is objection.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Are you aware that there are 152 Democrat bills on today's calendar while our Republican priority legislation is stuck in committee?
It's not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Money, we have a motion pending before the House right
I'll
now.
I'll ask about the motion then, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is it your discretion to determine whether to recognize motions to reconsider?
Yes, it is, and Ms. Hernandez gave the proper notice required.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
On now 3 separate occasions today, we've received notice that we will spend some of our limited remaining time to reconsider Democrat bills that have already been defeated by this body, and doing so leaving us with less time to work on legislation that matters to all of our districts. Is there anything in the rules that requires a speaker to recognize a motion to reconsider?
No, sir. You're welcome to vote against the motion.
Mr. Speaker?
Please, Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Are bills allowed to fail in this body, or are we going to reconsider every bill that gets defeated and lose time that we could be spending on bills that have a chance to pass?
Mr. Money, that's a hypothetical inquiry that I'm not going to respond to.
All right. Thank you.
The question occurs on the motion. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Show Ms. Y. Davis voting aye. Have all voted. There being 78 ayes, 61 nays, the motion prevails. Members, House Bill 5623 is back before the House. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5623 by Y. Davis of Dallas, relating to the provision of loans and grants from the Texas Energy Fund for certain energy efficiency projects.
The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to just take a minute to walk you through this because I think it was misunderstood. This is the enabling legislation for HJR. Without this, we cannot proceed. We all passed in 2023 a resolution to fund the Energy Fund. This amendment, this enabling legislation just speaks about how we can take those funds so that community, constituents, nonprofits can utilize funds to also be part of the correction or the advancement of a reliable grid system. That's what we're trying to do. Initially, it was for infrastructure, and the big companies could come and build new units. This bill allows us to have rules that the PUC can put in place so consumers, our constituents, our nonprofits can access funds to do smaller projects, but also participate in creating a reliable and resilient grid system. We're only trying to make sure that citizens can participate in ensuring that we come up with an efficient system in the state of Texas. Our constituents across the board would be able to utilize these funds for smaller units, units on their house for weatherization, the kinds of programs that we know that constituents care about, and they can then participate. This fund has already been established. It's not a new program. It is not an additional cost. It just merely allows constituents to participate in helping create a reliable grid system. That's what we all want. That's what this bill
Mr. Turner,
does.
for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some
Will
questions?
the lady yield for questions?
Yes,
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Davis. I have two questions. One is a procedural and one is about the substance of your bill. Procedurally, the House earlier today advanced to third reading your HJR on this topic. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the majority of the members voted for the HJR. They should also want to vote for your House bill because it's simply the enabling legislation for the HJR that they already supported. Is that right?
That is correct. That's what this bill does. It creates an opportunity for the PUC to develop a program so that our constituents can now access funds that have already been outlined for this
ma'am.
work.
And so, to respect to that, so the Texas Energy Fund, that, as you said, was passed by the legislature 2 years ago, there's $5 billion allocated for that already from the last budget, right?
That's correct. $5 billion.
$5 billion with a B, correct. And there, frankly, the applications for the existing program have been there have been some problems with some of them. Some of that hasn't really gotten going. So you're simply trying to take a small percentage of that fund to say our constituents could also apply to receive funding to do energy efficiency projects in their homes, weatherization, that kind of thing, to reduce consumption. Is that the goal of your bill?
That is the essence of this bill, is just to allow our constituents to participate at a lower level, but participate in creating a reliable grid system. And many folks have contacted us about energy efficiency programs at their houses. This will allow that to, this fund would allow that to happen.
Okay. And we all want to have a strong and secure and robust grid in the ERCOT market. And there's two ways to do that. One is to increase generation, which we're already working on. The other is to save electricity and reduce demand. And that's the essence of what your bill does.
That's the essence of this bill. That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Would Ms. Davis yield for a couple
The
of
lady yields for
questions?
questions.
Yes, sir.
The lady yields.
Ms. Davis, isn't it true that House Bill 5623 is open to all qualifying Texans, regardless of income, race, or zip code, and does not include any DEI mandates or preferences?
That is correct. This is for Texans. This is to make Texas stronger, all Texans.
Ms. Davis, House Bill 5623, does it create a new government program, or does it simply give the Public Utility Commission flexibility to use existing funds to support Texans who want to voluntarily improve their energy efficiency?
And that is exactly what we're trying to do, be efficient with the dollars already allocated for this work and allow citizens to participate as well.
And isn't residential weatherization one of the most cost-effective ways to reduce strain on the grid?
That is correct. Mr. Chairman, this is an effort to include many folks want to know that they're doing all they can do to create this efficiency. This allows them to have that effort.
And these are already appropriated energy funds for this purpose, and it actually helps meet the fund's goal of improving grid reliability. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Davis, thank you for your questions, and I appreciate you bringing this bill before us.
Thank you, members. I'd like to move passage on this bill so that our constituents can take advantage of the programs we got in place to create a reliable and resilient grid system.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4687. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 78 ayes, 65 nays, House Bill 5623 is passed to engrossment. Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Are there any Republican bills that we've received notice of the possibility of reconsideration today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, isn't it technically correct that when a bill leaves...
For what purpose?
To ask questions, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Isn't it technically correct that when a bill leaves a committee, while it may have a Republican or a Democratic author, it is actually the committee's bill when it is done and reported to the House? Is that not correct?
Once it leaves committee, it is the House's bill.
Thank you. So it's neither a Democratic bill or a Republican bill, it is the House's bill, correct?
That's what I said.
Thank you.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Speaker, that 2 Democrat bills were reconsidered and 1 Republican bill today that are being reconsidered?
Yes.
Thank you.
Last one.
Mr. Kane, for what
Thank you,
purpose?
Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Just to clarify, so is the motion to reconsider a vote considered a privileged motion?
No.
Okay, thank you. And does the Speaker have discretion in recognizing a member to make a motion to reconsider a vote?
Yes.
Okay. And if the Speaker decides not to recognize a member to make a motion, is that decision of recognition appealable?
No.
Okay. So to be clear, The speaker's got, sole discretion on whether they recognize the member to make this motion, and if the speaker abuses that discretion, it's non-appealable. So the chair, rather, is in complete control over the recognition of motions. Is that correct?
State your inquiry.
I'll restate it. Would you like me to start back over, sir? No. How about where we left off? So I was just asked for clarification that it's solely within the speaker's discretion to recognize a member to make a motion to reconsider. Is that correct?
That has been asked and answered what Mr. Harrison asked.
And then, but also at the same time, so we can't appeal that ruling. Is that correct as well?
That has also been asked and answered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Can we keep just moving down the calendar?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harrison, what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry 1.
State your inquiry.
I just want to follow up to, I know you were not in the chair, but the chair responded to a previous parliamentary inquiry when the chair was asked whether it's true that it's the House's bill or whether it's a Republican or a Democrat bill, and the chair responded that it was the House's bill. Well, is it not true that with only 2 days left before the deadline to pass any House bills, that today's calendar has 152 House bills that have Democrat authors on them?
It sounds like that has been asked and answered by
It
the
has
premise of your
not.
own question, Mr. Harrison.
So is that a yes?
Mr. Harrison has been asked and answered.
Sounds like a yes to me. Thank
Mr.
you.
Harrison asked and answered. I think he's jumping for you. Oh. Mr. Spiller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 3892 failed to pass.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, House Bill 3892 is now before the House. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3892 by Bella Montgomery relating to county regulation of subdivision setbacks.
Mr. Bell.
All right, members, I apologize for moving so quickly before. House Bill 3892 is the bill that was discussed at length. It was amended by Representative Bassut to change the vast majority of the bill to align with current statute. And effectively, the biggest change to the bill now versus current statute is it adds a line that says counties have the authority to have a 10-foot setback if it's promoted in the manner required by general welfare.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Bell, will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Speaker Burrows. Thank you, Chair Bell. Chair Bell, is this a Republican bill or Democratic bill or a House bill?
I'm not advised except as to what I heard, and I heard the same thing you did.
Well, is that bill say HB, RB, or DB?
It says HB.
I think it's a House bill. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Mayor, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Chairman Bell, thank you, first of all, for the conversation we had earlier. Thank you for delaying your bill and working through some of our concerns. And because of the suit amendment, the concerns that I had earlier regarding an unlimited amount of lots on a particular parcel of land has been removed, correct?
That per our conversation, yes, sir.
Yeah, and
current
so-
statute is back in place.
Yeah, so
exactly like it was.
so we're basically, we're back where current statute was with the exception of setback, the setbacks that you were looking for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you for the work on this bill, Chairman.
Members,
Speaker.
Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So, Vasut here, author of the amendment. Now, is it your understanding that that amendment addressed the concerns raised to you by counties?
By who now? I'm sorry.
By my county.
By your county and in concert, everybody else who came and asked.
Got it. Well, it's a good bill. Appreciate you correcting it for us. I hope we pass it.
Thank you. With that, members, unless somebody else has questions, I would respectfully request your favorable vote and move passage.
Question occurs on House Bill 3892 on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 65 ayes and 77 nays, House Bill 3892 fails to pass. Please excuse Representatives Berry, Bowers, Busey, Cunningham, Fairley, Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas, Lujan, Patterson, Mr. Perez of El Paso, Villalobos, Zwiener to attend a meeting of the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars on motion of Mr. Harris. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays on the second reading, House Bill 4070. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4070 by Johnson relating to the sale, design, and manufacture of orthodontic devices.
Ms. Johnson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 47 until today at 8 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on the second reading. Chair lays out on second reading, House Bill 4421. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4421 by Rose relating to available resources of certain state agencies to support and sustain peer recovery organizations in this state.
Ms. Rose for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4421 until 7:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Harris because of important committee business. On motion of Mr. Morales, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading, House Bill 4412. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4412 by Landgraf relating to the use of hotel occupancy tax revenue by certain municipalities.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This local bill adjusts authorized uses for existing hot revenue in Kermit, Texas. It doesn't create new taxes, doesn't raise taxes, just changes the purposes for which it can be sent. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 91 ayes, 36 nays. House Bill 4412 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading, House Bill 3284. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3284 by Frank relating to the creation of the Texas Commission on Marriage and Family.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3284 will establish the Texas Commission on Marriage and Family to help Texas become an even greater place to marry and raise children. The commission will meet, will discuss, will write recommendations, and will dissolve by December 31st, 2026.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I would be happy.
Gentleman yields for questions.
I don't have a problem with your bill. I just want to get some clarification on what your intent is on what the commission will study.
Okay.
So the first question that I have deals with, there's a part of your bill that says that you want the commission to study and develop strategies to promote strong marriages and healthy families. That's on page 1, line 18 and 19. And then it says, identify state laws, rules, and policies that discourage Texans from marrying and raising children. So my question to you, would the fact that there are many Texans who do not earn livable wages impact their ability to have a strong marriage and healthy family?
Well, it might. It's a great question. That is certainly one of the factors, and the bill is fairly open-ended. I will say, in terms of marriage, and I was doing the short layout, not the long one. But since you've asked, the statistics are really clear in terms of, particularly as it relates to children, prospering better under two-parent household. In fact, 29% of kids in a single-family home are in poverty, only 10% of marriage. Now, is all that correlation versus causation? But it is clearly, there's so many statistics that kids are better off in a two-parent home. And so I would expect economics to be a part of it, but I think the statistics and the science, social science behind that is very clear, that whether it's poverty, whether it's higher education outcome, whether it's avoidance of the criminal justice system, those are the kind of things we want to look at.
In fact, I'm glad you mentioned the criminal justice system. With the over-policing of our communities that can lead to the separation of families, also be part of the study of the strong marriages and healthy families.
Now, I suppose it could. I mean, to me, that's a couple of steps away. I think there is a lot to look at within just the family, but the bill is fairly clear on what it is asking for. I think things like that, certainly, depending on who the speaker, depending on who the lieutenant governor, and depending on who the governor appoint, and it's laid out in the bill, the kind of expertise that we're looking at, and I've got an amendment that I'm going to be accepting by Representative Dutton to add another type of person. Those 7 people, we're hoping will get a kind of a variety of input and come up with some plans. And frankly, I'm hoping that if you all, like me, think that marriage is important and certainly important to Texas, but important to Texas kids, that y'all are welcome to participate and find ways to strengthen it, because it is a concern to me. It's a concern in terms of the way it impacts kids and honestly the way it impacts adults. If you look at self-reported happiness indexes, they are almost always better for women in married homes.
Say that again?
I'm sorry?
You say that last part again?
Yeah, I mean, if you look, there is a lot of study on, and I'm talking self-reported happiness, which is a very, but there's a lot of studies that would indicate, by and large, married women report, and married men, by the way, as well, contrary to some of the, jokes out there, that they actually report a higher level of happiness than single.
Well, I'm single and I'm happy.
Well, you know what? And God bless you. It is not, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of, just to give some more guidance, you said poverty, I would just want to go over some of the things that you said that were part of the consideration. And
well, I said this, it's really not, the consideration is laid out in the bill, but I was saying statistics that children clearly do better in married homes were much, much lower poverty rates, a lot higher educational outcomes, and are much more likely, 2 to 3 times less likely to be involved in the criminal justice system. At the end of the day, kids are a challenge. Having two people there are easier than one. It doesn't mean, my mom was a single parent. My dad died when I was 13. My mom was a single parent for a while. I have single parents, God bless them. But it is, anybody who's had kids knows that is hard. And there are things that we can do to encourage it, not to force it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are clear that this commission could study poverty.
Absolutely.
They could study
Absolutely.
education. They could also include criminal justice issues
I would hope
as
they
part
would.
of their, when they're contemplating what could contribute to strong marriages and healthy families.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I would be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Frank, and I appreciate, I imagine this is going to be one of your great one of your many legislative wins that you're going to have under your belt this session.
I don't know about that. I really don't think that this would be a legislative win. I think the recommendations that might inform next session might be it. It's something that really Representative Dutton and I have talked about a number of times, is the need to strengthen it, but yet we maybe hadn't been smart enough always to come up with those ideas. So we're hoping maybe getting some smart people in the room and having some focus on it will help us come up with some legislative ideas.
Yes, and I think many of us have, different questions. I think it's. I understand what you're trying to do, and the other side to that is stigmatizing families that aren't in two-parent households, and I think that that may lead some children. There's already a stigma with that. But my question to you is, when we're looking at your bill and it says raising children in stable two-parent households, two-parent households, I have friends who are same-sex two-parent households, so this includes two-parent households of any type of gender, is that correct?
I intentionally left it as two-parent households very
Yes, sir.
Intentionally.
Okay, and I appreciate that, thank you. And the composition of the commission, it says 3 members, and I understand you're going to make some changes to that, but 3 members appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, and Speaker of the House. Those members that are going to be part of this, they're going to be individuals who are also in two-parent households with children. Is that correct?
I don't believe it is required. I don't believe in the bill that they are required to be. I think I don't think they have to be in two-parent households.
Well, and it doesn't say that.
The individuals, yeah.
Right, it doesn't say that in the bill, but.
Yeah, I think child and family counselors, child development experts, community-based nonprofit organizations, published researchers on the subject of marriage, and then there is members of the clergy. And just to get the suspense, there was a desire, Representative Dutton wanted to get a member of the law with background in this. That's the amendment I'll be accepting.
Okay, and then members of the clergy, it'll be various religions, right? Because priests don't have children. And
Again, there's a reason I put members of the clergy as fairly. I was not trying to be too prescriptive to the big 3.
Okay, thank you. Now, the duties of the commission include evaluate existing state laws, rules, and policies, and identify those that discourage Texans from marrying and raising children. Is this going to include, because, as in Texas, you just mentioned like 29% of single-parent households live in poverty, and we have many laws and many policies here in Texas that increase financial hardship on families, whether it's the failure to expand Medicaid, whether it's cutting children off of SNAP, whether it's lack of access to child care affordability. There are many policies that this body, have passed and legislation that has passed to contribute to some of these hardships. For example, more than 40% of Texas families can't afford basic necessities.
Question.
1 in 6 households is food insecure.
Is there a question?
Yes, I'm leading to that. More than
Okay.
1.9 million families, accounting for approximately 5.1 million Texans, are at risk for hunger. So in this report, when we're gathering that information, is it going to include the information regarding policies and what we can do as a political body to remove all of those financial hardships, or to mitigate those policies that increase these financial hardships in families that many times lead to divorce and separation? Will that be part of this report?
Well, I think certainly you can't ignore the financial component, but you also have to take into consider the low tax burden, the low regulatory environment that allows people to flourish on their own, not just subsist with government handouts. That is also a part of it, and that Texas, there are a lot of people doing very well in Texas. There's some that aren't. But I think you have to look at both sides. You're not just going to look at government programs, although that's there, because there are some marriage penalties within government programs.
Right, there are. So
I would expect those to be looked at.
And so what you're saying is the low tax burden, or the low tax, for example, we don't have a state income tax, that might be one of the contributing factors to allowing an individual to move
succeed.
forward, to succeed as a single-parent household?
Yeah, I think it allows both single and married to succeed in Texas.
Okay.
I mean, you mentioned some of the challenges or some of the things that we don't have. I'm just saying Texas is doing pretty well in a lot of areas, and there's a lot of people that are doing well. There are some people that are not doing as well.
Yeah, and so...
But all of them essentially are doing better if they're in two-parent homes, because 2 is easier economically than 1. Again, I do not mean to disparage 1. That is a hard thing, and it's a great thing, but there are some benefits of 2.
I don't disagree with you at all. There are many spaces where children, I grew up in a like you, my mother was a single mother, 7 children, and there is always a stigma with that when you're a child of a single parent household. And want us to be very delicate and very careful in that we don't further stigmatize these children because through no fault of their own, they find themselves, like we did, you and I,
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
single-parent households. So I understand the value behind this. I just want to make sure that we're sensitive to the message that we're sending, that there is still value in these single-parent household families, that not necessarily that they are morally inadequate, but that possibly we are inadequate as a state because we're not maybe providing additional safeguards to really lift those families out of poverty versus kind of highlighting you guys are poor because you're in a single-parent household. I think, will there be space in this report to make those recommendations where while we're highlighting the value of two-parent households, we're also ensuring that we provide the mechanisms and the safety net to lift those single-parent households out of poverty and not really highlight the fact that, according to some people, they're morally inadequate?
Yeah, well, and certainly, and I hope, you know, in the way the bill was written and the words that I don't know that I'm often described as careful and thoughtful, but that we tried to focus on that, and certainly nothing to disparage single. I think looking at what to do to pull single out of their situation, I think it would be outside the scope of at least what I have contemplated in the bill right now, that it is really looking at this one particular thing. And I think we can, whether it's a separate bill or whatever, look at that from a single. I'm not trying to be. Yeah, I do think this is just one of those things, and really, Chairman Dutton and I have been talking about it, and then we kind of look up, and same with, some other areas, but just wanted to look at this area, and I hope people don't overread into it. It is pretty straightforward. It's not trying to. I know we have a lot of fights on the floor. That wasn't what this bill was about.
Another question I had, there's been conversations in the past and different individuals and different conservative organizations wanting to eliminate no-fault marriages, and that's something that as a family lawyer and the family bar is really concerned about. This is not kind of a backdoor way to really highlight the fact that people should stay in marriages and maybe eliminate policies that are friendly to, for example, women that are maybe in a financial stranglehold in a marriage?
No, I mean, there is nothing, certainly, and I don't believe there's anything in the words. There's nothing in my desire in putting it there that I want somebody. I mean, do I think acknowledging on both sides the permanence of a marriage relationship at its best is a good thing? Absolutely. Do I think I want people trapped in that? And it's certainly not my part of it. In fact, I can tell you the family law part of it was not a part of my thought at all. But when it was brought to me and and different people were afraid of that, I was more than happy to add that on there just to give that perspective.
Okay, and so last question, the studies statistically, you just mentioned the statistics that children in two-parent households are less likely to live in poverty. They have a greater income, higher education level. You recall just mentioning all of the studies that you just talked about? Or the information, the stats?
Yes, I have a fair amount. I have stacks of stats. I can read some of them, and really the initial quote I gave was from the National Institute of Health, at the U.S. level, that said children fare better with two-parent households, and literally in a quote it says society should make every effort to support healthy marriages. That was, from the federal government, and again, that's not looking down on a single parent. Mm-hmm. In fact, we all ought to, to me, the more healthy marriages you have, the more you can help single parents.
And so, I mean, we already know that information. It's, in fact, true according to much data, yet we're wanting to do a separate study here to identify policies and legislation that we've passed in Texas that discourage people from marrying and raising children.
I'm sorry.
You just talked about the benefits of having children in a two-parent household, but what we're trying to do in this report or in this study is to identify state laws, rules, and policies that discourage Texans from marrying and raising children. That's what it says on page 1.
Yes, that you're trying to look at things that might discourage, whether that is marriage penalties or, and we also have some things that are out there that are already supposed to be working to strengthen families. There's different state funded programs that are already out there, and we are wanting those looked at as well to see whether the money is being spent. You know, it's one thing to allocate money to improve something. It's another thing to actually improve it.
Right. And there have been recent articles, for example, we talked a little bit about childcare, and that many families are struggling in Texas. We had the shortage of childcare, and we don't have a childcare tax credit. For example, instead of giving $1 billion in vouchers, we could have used $1 billion in childcare tax credits to help working families so that they could stay united. And many times families end up in divorce because of financial difficulties. So this bill would allow us to explore that. Instead of putting money over here for a voucher program, we could really help working families stay united and stay married by providing them child care tax credits so that both mom and dad can go to work and live happily ever after raising their children. This will allow us to really explore some of those policies.
I think the committee will do, hopefully, what the duties are as outlined here, and that certainly could be part of it.
And final question, how is this going to help working families in Texas?
I think working families in Texas tend to do better if you have both. There's a shared, not separation of duties, but there's shared duties when you have two in the home.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is an amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Plesser, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions?
I'd be happy to.
Gentleman, yields.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm sorry, I just had the opportunity to start reading your bill. I hadn't seen it before today.
It's awesome.
Yeah, so I just had a couple of questions, though, because I don't see any reference in your bill to common law marriage. Could you clarify how this bill would recognize common law marriage or change common law marriage laws in Texas?
I might phone a friend to my legal counsel here.
This wasn't supposed to be a trick question. I'm sorry.
No. It's just I'm not as familiar with the common law marriage, but it just talks about marriage. It just talks about marriage in general. I'm trying to.
So under current common law marriage, couples can establish common law by meeting certain conditions without a formal ceremony. So my concern is, would this bill impact that, or does this bill in any way make those marriages less?
This bill is literally a commission to study and recommend and then disband. It will last, 16 months, 7 people appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker that will look at the things that we've asked them to look at, make recommendations, and then be gone. And then we can choose to take some of those up or not, but it doesn't do anything to change law at all.
So I'm specifically looking at Section 4A. It says, study and develop strategies to promote strong marriages and healthy families. Will there be a conversation in there about common law marriage or parents that are common law married?
I am not going to probably be one of the 7 people chosen, so I'm not sure what they're going to be discussing.
Okay. That's just a concern to me because, a lot of our families that are low income.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Plesser, for what purpose?
can I motion for some extra time, please?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? There is objection. Record vote has been requested. Members, the motion is to extend time. The record vote has been requested. Clerk to ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye.
This is a motion to extend.
Show Ms. Leah Wilson voting nay. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. All members voted. There remain 73 ayes, 57 nays. The gentleman's time is extended.
And common law marriage is a marriage in Texas. There's nothing to my.
I'm sorry, I can't. There's a lot of commotion. I can't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Common law marriage is a valid marriage in Texas.
I just want to make sure that those ideals will still be promoted. There are a lot of families that can't afford to have a ceremony, and so they rely on common law marriage laws in our state.
That's a very, very good point.
Thank you so much. So I have one last question. I've laid out multiple bills in your committee. I've heard you talk about evidence-based language in legislation before. You have that language in your bill. Texas must promote evidence-based pathways. Can you explain to me what you mean by that and why it's in your bill?
I might have to take that out.
Can I carry the amendment to take it out?
You might be able to. I think sometimes it means more than it does. I was trying to, yeah. So I will look at that.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, one profession that gets to see, at least in most cases, where marriages have failed and become difficult and they get to experience most of the problems related to them, happen to be those lawyers who are board certified in family law. And so what this amendment does is simply adds one member of the bar, of the state bar, who is board certified in family law, to be on that commission, because I think they'll bring a perspective that probably not a lot of people have. And I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Dutton sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, so ordered. So adopted. Anyone wishing to speak for, on, or against the bill? Chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to speak against the bill.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the intent of the bill author here. He's trying to do a good thing. And I support marriage and I support family as much as just about anybody. What I don't support, however, are new government commissions, which is what this bill creates. And in fact, when I was the chief of staff at HHS under President Trump during his first term, I was very proud to have worked with him in the White House to create an executive order that slashed countless advisory commissions and councils. So this is going the wrong way, and I will respectfully be opposing this. This body needs to stop growing government. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to speak in favor of the bill.
I appreciate that comment. However, this lasts and it expires in less than 2 years. This is not growing government or a permanent thing. It is a group of 7 people that get together, make recommendations to us. We can take them or not take them, and I would appreciate your support. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3284. It's the record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Show Ms. Thompson voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 36 nays, House Bill 3284 is passed to engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that there are a total of 466 bills on the supplemental calendar today?
Chair is not advised.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that of those 466 bills on the supplemental calendar that there are 152 Democratic bills on the supplemental calendar today?
Well, the chair has heard that said in passing, and chair is not advised.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that there are a total of 315 Republican bills, doubling the number of Democratic bills that are on the supplemental calendar today?
Chair went to Texas A&M, not that good at math, but not advised.
Thank you so much, and gig 'em.
Gig 'em. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3369. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2929. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2929 by Creighton, relating to the removal of a spectator of certain school extracurricular athletic activities or competitions.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows referees, judges, and school officials to quickly eject toxic, hostile spectators from a school sporting event while protecting due process measures for removal from ISD property and future games. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of Senate Bill to third reading of Senate Bill 2929. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. So Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 2929 is passed to third reading. Mr. Lauterbach moves to lay House Bill 3369 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3420. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3420 by Compost relating to certain mental health policies and services for peace officers, firefighters, and telecommunicators.
Chair recognizes Ms. Compost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, firefighters are some of the hardest working first responders, yet they are 3 times more likely to die by suicide than in the line of duty. This bill provides firefighters mental health leave the same level of care that is currently provided to peace officers and telecommunicators. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs to passage to engrossment of House Bill 3420. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? To bring 114 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 3420 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3449. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3449 by Canales relating to the reimbursement of expenses to certain counsel appointed to represent a defendant in a criminal proceeding.
Chair recognizes Ms. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently there's counties are facing serious jail capacity issues, and they're forcing them to house thousands of inmates outside their counties. What this does is permissively allows counties to reimburse attorneys for their travel expenses, which don't even come close to what they get paid, and move passage.
Members, the question occurs in passage to final to engrossment of House Bill 3449. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 3449 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4098. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4098 by Harris Davilo relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davilo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4098 is a local bill that will allow the City of Taylor to use hotel occupancy tax revenue to build or expand a hotel and convention center project, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs to passage to engrossment of House Bill 4098. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted now? There being 95 ayes, 43 nays, House Bill 4098 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out for second reading House Bill 4281. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4281 by McQueenie relating to a civil cause of action for fraudulent crowdfunding.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4281 holds liable someone who engages in fraudulent crowdfunding. I have one perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by McQueenie.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
This is a clarifying amendment so that there are no misinterpretations of Bill 4281. I move adoption.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Members, the question occurs to passage to engrossment of House Bill 4281. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4281 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4120 by Howard relating to allowing certain inmates to apply for benefits under certain public benefits programs to be provided at the time of discharge or release.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last session we recognized the need to help about to be released incarcerated Texans to get back on their feet by passing House Bill 1743 by Chairman Leach, which implemented pre-release registration for SNAP benefits. This bill, House Bill 4120, seeks to build on that work by directing TDCJ to work with HHSC to assist in the completion, acceptance, and processing of eligibility applications for public benefit programs for inmates, such as Medicaid, CHIP, Healthy Texas Women, Family Planning. House Bill 4120 seeks to improve the overall health of incarcerated Texans by ensuring inmates who are eligible to receive health care services can do so and reintegrate into society. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4120. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 75 ayes, 64 nays, House Bill 4120 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4504. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4504 by Bonin relating to restrictions on covenants not to compete for physicians and certain healthcare practitioners.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation establishes parameters for physician non-competes. It limits buyouts to no greater than a physician's annual salary at termination of employment. It limits the applicability of the non-compete clause to a year, and it sets geographic restrictions to be within 5 miles from the location where the physician practices medicine a majority of the time, and I have an amendment.
There is a following amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment clarifies that other healthcare practitioners are covered. It ensures that a covenant not to compete is void and unenforceable against a physician if they are involuntarily discharged without good cause, and it also requires that the covenants be written clearly. I move adoption.
Chair Bonin offers up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on his bill.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4504. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4504 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4370. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4370 by Metcalf relating to the projects that may be undertaken by a public improvement district, municipal utility district, freshwater supply district, water control and improvement district, or municipal management district.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4370 simply expands the types of public infrastructure projects that local entities can manage. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4370. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4370 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 4421 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4421 by Rose relating to available resources of certain state agencies to support and sustain peer recovery organizations in the state.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before I go into House Bill 4421, I just want to talk a little bit about what peer recovery organizations are. They're a nonprofit entity that are governed and operated by the recovery community, with at least 51% of their members identifying as a person recovering from a substance use disorder. And so members with this bill, the peer recovery organizations, they provide evidence-based peer support. And what this bill does, it establishes them as a definition in statute, and it also directs agencies to identify opportunities to support these organizations, and they also have a biannual report. And so members, HB 4421 will strengthen peer support services in veteran recovery and mental health communities across Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4421. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes, 41 nays, House Bill 4421 is passed to engrossment.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1106. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1106 by Shaheen relating to the definition of abuse or neglect of a child.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1106 makes it clear in statute that it is not considered abuse or neglect for a parent to refer to a child.
Ms. Gonzalez,
true
for what
sex.
purpose?
In parts of the, let me finish my layout.
Okay. Not at this time.
In parts of the country, there have been instances where parents of a child have been accused of abuse for referring to their child's true sex. And in some cases, the child has been removed from their families while the investigation took place. Legislatures such as California and Colorado have proposed legislation that would punish parents for refusing to go along with their child's gender identity. Colorado's bill, for example, stated that a court shall consider reports of parents not following a child's gender identity as abuse when determining the allocation of parental responsibilities. So House Bill 1106 amends the Family Code by adding language that clarifies a parent who does not affirm a child's perception of their gender, including refusal to use a child's preferred name or pronouns, or a child's expressed sexual orientation is not considered abuse. HB 1106 strengthens parental rights and prevents misuse of the child welfare system in matters of gender identity and expression, and ensures that families are not torn apart over ideological differences. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Shaheen, can you cite any specific legal cases where parents were charged with crimes of child abuse or child neglect for failing to affirm their child's gender or sexual orientation, please?
I have several cases throughout the nation where
you
child
cite-
custody
can you cite
was
them for
lost
me?
because, what's that?
I want you to cite those specific legal cases.
Sure, there was a case in Montana where a family lost custody of their 14-year-old child after opposing the child's gender transition. In California, there was a 16-year-old daughter had been identified as a male at school. After meeting with school staff and a CPS agent, the father was informed that his refusal to affirm his child's gender identity constituted emotional abuse. In Texas, a mom became concerned where her son began presenting as a female shortly before his 13th birthday. She was reported to Child Protective Services. But I think the big
you have
concern
specific
is the
legal
actions
citations?
of what the legislatures of different states are doing. That's also a considerable concern.
And so you have the specific citations for those?
Those are just articles.
Because when I was in the committee, or when I was watching the committee, I think one of the cases that you're referring to wasn't actually based on what you're saying it's based on. And so I'm just trying to find out
which
you know,
case are you talking
specifically. I believe it was one from Indiana.
I referenced a case from Montana, California,
I'm going to
and
yield
Texas.
some time to my other colleagues who want to ask questions.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1106 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 of the House Rules on the grounds that the background and purpose is substantially and materially misleading.
Ms. Davis, please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, the
Mr.
bill.
Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1106 under Rule 8, Section 1A, that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, against further consideration of House Bill 1106 on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane.
Ms. Weiner, please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no more questions, I close.
Does the gentleman yield?
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Sheed, I know you've mentioned generally your reason behind filing this bill, but are there concrete examples here in Texas that this issue has arise that you find it necessary to codify this language into the code?
Like I said, there's instances throughout the United States as well as Texas, and then I've also expressed concern by actions taken by legislatures, and I called out both California and Colorado.
But you know, and I'm not a family lawyer. I mean, I'm a civil lawyer, but I don't specifically do family law. But my understanding is usually when you look at the code, the way that it currently lays out what abuse is, right? The actions, it's as actions or omissions, failure to what have you, right? These are very blatant kind of just, failure to, right? I mean, just not taking care of your child, right? Things that we think of that are just very harmful, right? And, your addition to it to me, it doesn't really jive well in there because, those are just kind of very egregious, actions on part of, whoever has custody or control over the child. And, in a family court situation, when they're investigating these types of allegations of child abuse or neglect, typically the way that they, look at the circumstances or the situation, it's what is in the best interest of the child. That's what a judge, when the judge is hearing a case, or when it's in front of a jury, it is what is in the best interest of that child. And forcing a child to not let them be their authentic self, or forcing them to be something otherwise, has very detrimental impact on a child's mental state, and sometimes could lead to physical, them physically hurting themselves. And so a court, that's why a court sometimes has to intervene, or a jury has to intervene to make sure that it's in the child's best interest, to be in that home or to be removed from that home. And so, do you not think that that's the job of that it should not be in the best interest of the child? That they should just be forced to not be themselves?
All that the bill does is it just allows for a disagreement between the parents and the child, and that the parents don't lose custody of the child if there's a disagreement.
Okay, so this is regarding when it's somebody's has had a divorce or they're separated, and one parent is accepting their child, right? And is trying to be understanding of their child, because hey, being a child is as hard as in and of itself, right? When you're trying to figure yourself out. And so parent A is a loving parent, an accepting parent, and trying to help their kid figure themselves out. And the other parent just refuses to listen to their child and tells them that they have to be a certain way. So is that the situation that you're referring to?
What this does is it just defines the definition of abuse and neglect, so that there's a disagreement between the parents and the child, that they don't lose custody of the child. Because there's lots of disagreements that occur between parent and their children.
But I mean, I think in those situations when this arises, again, I go back to that determination is made and what is in the best interest of the child.
That's correct.
I mean, so then why not include language in there too? Because I remember watching your layout in committee that you were saying parental rights, parental rights, parental rights. Well, and you did say as well that, hey, if a parent wants to affirm their child, they want to accept their child because they're loving parents, they should be able to too, right? And so why not include language in there too that says, it is also not child abuse for a parent to affirm their child's gender or sexual orientation or gender identity, because if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And if we're talking about parental rights, then hey,
again, you're changing the objective of the bill if you do that. But secondly, you've got definitions of abuse and neglect that detail or address other issues that might arise that are true cases of abuse or neglect.
But how is that changing? And I forget what you just said, because you even
Because
said it
the
in
objective
committee.
of the bill is to ensure that a parent doesn't lose custody over their child if they disagree with the child's view of their gender.
And also the same thing. What if, in the same situation that you're referring to, so then what if you want to, because this was, the rhetoric that we were hearing, last year when DPS was coming to parents' homes, parents who had transgender children, and now these parents have had to flee because DPS was investigating them just because they had transgender kids, accusing them of being abusive for affirming their child.
Do you have a question?
No, I'm just saying, is this what this bill is for? Because we've seen that. And so you're saying that if a parent does affirm their child, then
They don't lose custody of their child if there's a
No,
disagreement
but I'm saying
of
so-
the child's gender identity.
but if you're saying, when your layout, you said it was about parental rights. And so,
Yeah, you have
again,
the
why doesn't a
parental
parent
rights have
also
a
have the
right to
right?
disagree
So why
with their
doesn't a parent
child.
also have the right to affirm their child or love their child?
As I said, the objective of the bill
So-
is to protect a mom and or dad if there's a disagreement of the child's gender identity. That's the objective of the legislation.
So you want to codify into law that, a parent can force their child to have to force them to not be themselves and not allow them to be their authentic self, to a point that can cause a lot of mental damage. That can cause a lot of children, when children
I
aren't
think there's
allowed.
provisions in
when
law
children
that
aren't
talk
allowed.
about mental abuse. That's already covered.
If children aren't allowed and they're being forced, and those are cases that I have actually seen where a parent tries to, when the same situation that you're referring to, and I'm sure that I probably know what case you're talking about, where one parent was a loving parent, affirming, and the other parent would force their child to wear boys' clothes when this child identified as a girl, and refused to call this child by their chosen name, and that caused a lot of damage to this kid, and so the court ruled.
Again,
No, I'm just saying, so this is where it's coming from. So, but I'm saying if it's a parental choice situation, which is what you refer to in your layout, then why not equally include in there the same language that it is not child abuse for a parent
Again,
to be
if
loving
there's-
and accepting of their child?
Again, if you're asking me a question, in which I'm not really sure of, the definition of abuse and neglect deal with mental abuse issues. Again, this is just to protect the parents so they don't lose their custody of their child if there's a disagreement over gender.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Shaheen, we heard earlier in debate from members of the committee who said the allegations that were raised in committee were actually hiding real abuse that was occurring in those families. Isn't that correct?
I don't think that's what came out of the committee hearing.
Did it not come out in the committee that there was actual abuse happening in these families?
Are you referring to the witness testimony?
Absolutely.
I think the witness said there was an investigation. I thought they said they were found to be innocent of those charges.
Right, but the allegations were actual abuse. I don't know, and it sounds like
I've
you don't either,
I've
what
sought-
the
I've-
final outcome of those allegations were. But in this scenario, there were allegations of actual, real abuse that had nothing to do with gender identity. Isn't that correct?
I referred multiple cases to you where there were an issue with respect to gender identity.
But didn't
I
we
gave
just...
you multiple, in my bill layout, I gave multiple examples of where there was an issue in several states, including the state of Texas, where not agreeing with the child's gender was classified as abuse. I've also called out concern with respect to actions by legislatures of other states as well.
Yes, but you didn't cite specific cases. In the committee hearing, there were specific
In the
cases
committee, I
that were
said
cited.
in the committee, I said that there were issues across the nation and the state, and then I was asked for specifics, and I cited one.
And Representative Aisha Davis said, and she elucidated here on the floor, that the actual case you cited, there was actual abuse happening, and what you are asking this floor to do is to use gender identity as a shield for actual abuse. That is what has happened. That was the only example that came up in committee, is where a family used gender identity as a shield from actual awful abuse that was happening in the family.
That's inaccurate. There was accusations of abuse for gender.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative, does this bill apply to children who are 17 years old?
Whatever the state definition of child is. So I think that's 17 and under.
Is it
I
18
think.
and under or 17?
I think
I'm
it's
not sure. I'm
17. I
asking.
think it's 17 and under.
Well, I mean, do you contemplate
Okay.
do you contemplate individuals who are 17 years old to be subject to this bill?
Under 18.
Oh, under 18. Anyone under 18. So whether you're 3 or 17, the same provisions apply.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're updating the definitions of abuse and neglect with respect to disagreements over perception of gender identity or sexual orientation.
So I'm trying to figure out how far this bill goes in terms of classification of abuse or neglect. And the point I'm trying to make, I guess, is kind of similar to what Representative Hinojosa was saying in terms of how far. So if the child is experiencing severe mental or behavioral health problems or challenges, at what point would that be considered abuse or neglect because
those
of the parents'
definition-
refusal to acknowledge their
So-
gender identity?
So those definitions are already covered under the current definitions of abuse and neglect, like mental abuse and what have you. Those are already covered. All we're saying is if there's a disagreement between the child and mom and dad, they don't lose their custody. We're just adjusting the definition.
Well, just to continue on that discussion, though, if the refusal of the parent causes severe mental health or behavioral challenges for that child, will there be an opportunity to classify that or to investigate abuse or neglect?
Again, mental abuse is already in the definition. So all we're doing here is we're protecting mom and dad if there's a disagreement with their child on gender identity. I'm sure you, along with me, disagreed with our folks on a bunch of different topics, and all we're doing here is we're making sure that mom and dad don't lose custody over their child over this topic.
So this does not impact what is considered, because it sounds like it does impact what's considered abuse or neglect.
No, those definitions are already in statute.
Okay. So if the child suffers because their parent refuses to acknowledge the gender that they identify with, that could still, and it causes severe mental health or some challenges for the child, that could still be investigated as neglect.
The current statute is very clear as far as the definition of abuse and neglect. Again, we're just updating the statute to ensure that it does not include a disagreement between gender identity or sexual orientation. There's plenty of provisions in current statute around abuse and neglect. If a child's being physically harmed, mentally harmed, the child's already protected, and that's already contemplated in state statute.
So is it fair to accept your response that this bill does not impact classification or investigations of abuse or neglect if the child suffers emotional or behavioral challenges because the parent refuses to accept or acknowledge their gender identity? Your bill does not touch that.
Mental health issues are already in statute.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
This literally says abuse does not include the refusal by a person responsible for the child's care to affirm the child's perception of their gender identity and the expressed sexual orientation. So that's all this bill does. All the concerns around mental abuse, physical abuse, all those concepts are already covered in law.
But the concern
and they
that
remain the same.
Well, the concern I have is that a child could have emotional and behavioral challenges and distress because a parent refuses to acknowledge or does not acknowledge their gender identity, which could lead to issues. And so that could lead to neglect.
If a
and I
parent neglects their child, this is covered, that's already covered under statute.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Appreciate it. We talked about this in committee, and I'm going to go at this back from the angle I had initially asked from. I know that this is to make sure that parents, if they're affirming or they're not affirming, are not losing their parent. And the biggest situation, like you were saying, is the fact of if one parent doesn't agree and the other parent does agree, that one parent won't lose their parental rights to have visitation with their son or daughter, regardless of what they're saying their pronouns are. But the question that I still have is, what protections in this bill are to make sure that this is not used as a tool for domestic violence during divorce proceedings?
Domestic violence is against the law already.
Domestic violence is against the law, but we do know that abusers use divorce proceedings to keep women trapped in a marriage by going through divorce proceedings.
That scenario is not relevant to this bill.
That scenario is relevant because if mom says, I affirm my child, dad says, I'm not going to affirm my child, this is not accurate, the mom goes to the court and says, I'm please asking my ex-husband or the husband that I'm trying to separate from to stop using certain pronouns or certain language because it's causing my child to feel less about themselves, harm, cut themselves, whether they're transgender, binary, their sexual orientation, because your bill affects all of it, all the way from, it's not just transgender, it's not just non-binary, it's also all the way to sexual orientation. So if mom affirms, dad doesn't affirm, they're going through a divorce, and mom says and asks the judge to limit visitation and have supervised visitation with someone from the court, how is that going to stop someone from something like that happening?
Well,
he's sure that you're not watching because he doesn't know the answer.
would you repeat the question? I apologize.
How are we making sure that that issues like this are not going to be used in divorce proceedings? I'm going to give you an example of someone personally I know. The mother is affirming of the child's gender identity. The father is not. He thinks that it doesn't make sense. He also didn't want a divorce and has dragged out the divorce proceedings and dragged out custody hearings for more than 3 years because he said that that's his son. She says, that's my daughter. That's what she wants to be called. And so when the daughter has to go because she's under the age of 13 to go to visitation.
I think your scenario, I don't know if it applies to this bill or not.
You got to let me finish so that I can tell you what the scenario is.
Go ahead, that's fair.
The mother is saying that it's abusive because her child hates herself when she goes to see her father because her father doesn't allow her to be herself. The father says, I'm never going to allow my son to be her, and I never wanted this doggone divorce in the first place. The father has done things like not pay child support until he was arrested and then pulled out cash and paid it, which is another way that abusers do use this. This is factual. And so what I'm saying is, how are we making sure that a child is not going to be used to keep a spouse in an abusive relationship with this language? Because currently, right now, you can do that right now.
Yeah,
Domestic violence, I'm going to end it here. Domestic violence is a tool that is used through the courts by either not paying child support or not showing up to certain court hearings. That does happen. So I'm saying, how are we making sure this is not going to be used to keep someone in a domestic violence marriage, which actually happens in real life.
Yeah. So this has to do with whether you're going to lose custody of your child or not. The scenario you're giving me has to do with, sounds like it's a divorce court proceeding, which this doesn't apply to.
It would apply to it if one.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move for an extension of time, please.
There's a motion for an extension of time. Is there objection? There is objection. A record vote has been requested. All those in favor of extending the gentleman's time, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Strict enforcement has been requested. Members, please vote from your desks. You may not vote for any other member under strict enforcement. The clerk will ring the bell. There being 54 ayes and 63 nays, the gentleman's time is not extended.
Verification vote, please.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
I know. I'm wanting to say that.
Mr. Yeah. The vote spread was more than 5 votes.
Thank you. That was intentional. I appreciate you, Mr. Speaker.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plessa.
Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would ensure that parents of a child are the only caretakers that can deny the affirmation of the gender identity or sexual orientation to be exempt from child abuse. By allowing any person responsible of a child's care to deny the affirmation of a child's gender identity or sexual orientation, this bill opens children up to discrimination or abuse by caretakers and supervisors that are not their parents. Adjusting who is expected to affirm a child's identity further protects children from having their identities being criticized and only allows parents to be the decision makers of what is best for their children. I move adoption.
Mr. Sheen in opposition.
Obviously, there's going to be cases where it's more than just a parent that has the child's welfare in mind. So that way, this amendment hurts the language of the bill, and I would ask you to oppose the amendment.
Ms. Plessa, close.
Members, the point of this bill is to empower parents, and that's what this amendment does. This amendment would ensure that parents are the only people who can decide whether or not to affirm their children's gender identity while being exempt from child abuse. I think this is a very sensible amendment, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Question occurs on the amendment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Sheen voting nay. Mr. Schatzline voting nay. Mr. Money voting nay. Have all members voted? Ms. Wiener voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 53 ayes, 87 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Good? Okay. Yep. Amendment by Garcia of Bear.
Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment clarifies that the definition of abuse does not include actively denying or attempting to change your child's gender identity or sexual orientation, including through the process and the practice of conversion therapy. The practice of conversion therapy, which has been condemned by the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the National Association of Social Workers, includes forcing a child to change their gender identity or sexual orientation. Conversion therapy has been proven to mentally and physically harm children who endure it, and should thus be considered a form of child abuse. Discouraging, suppressing, reversing, or ignoring the gender identity or sexual orientation of adolescents is comparable to the effects of conversion therapy, which has been proven to be ineffective and incredibly harmful. Without this amendment, a child can be subjected to conversion therapy at the whims of their parents with no recourse. This amendment seeks to protect children from the harmful practices of conversion therapy and ensures that enforcing them into such a practice will be considered abusive. I move passage.
Mr. Sheen in opposition.
Yeah, members, the definitions that we have for abuse and neglect are sufficient, and this distorts that. So I would ask you to vote against this amendment.
Ms. Garcia to close.
I move passage.
Ms. Garcia, sensitive amendment is not acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Sheen voting nay. Mr. Cook voting nay. Mr. Schatzline voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 52 ayes, 85 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock in a public hearing on Wednesday, May 14th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in room E1.010 to consider SB 1864 by Johnson relating to egg grading and the selling of ungraded eggs, authorizing a fee.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Agriculture and Livestock and the meeting, which is scheduled for 2 p.m. or upon final adjournment, recess, or bill referral if permission granted, is canceled.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment. Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment provides a sunset provision that will take effect on September the 1st, 2030. Members and speakers, and Mr. Speaker and members, what if we are wrong? What if we see the harm against queer and transgender children exacerbated under the passage of this bill? What if trans kids are kept in these unaffirming and abusive homes and face depression and continued suicidality? How many kids do have to die before we see the problems before this legislative body and decide to change something, finally? We have already heard the research regarding affirming transgender children and how detrimental it can be for these kids to live in a transphobic household. If this bill is passed, we must assess its effectiveness. My amendment insulates a sunset provision for 2030. It gives the legislature plenty of time to assess the bill and its unintended consequences. If this is hurting our innocent children, the harming of our children is something we should never be wrong about. And if in this moment, my colleagues, we are wrong, we must have the foresight to reassess and correct the mistake. We should not and cannot take risks on the health and safety of our Texan children, and that means any and all of them. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. For purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Gentleman
questions?
for questions.
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Rep. Jones, and you bring up a good point. So let me ask you this. How do we know something is effective if we don't measure it?
I think we really have to measure what we're doing, and I don't really even need any notes to know that we are doing a series of bills that continue to harm a piece of our state. And if we talk so much about serving our children, we have to have a commitment to all of our children. And we continue to put bills forward that hurts transgender children. And our families are doing the best that they can to make sure that they raise their children just like any other parent is doing in this building. So if we are going to have a law like this in place, we need to make sure that we assess it and it assesses the harm that it's doing. And that's the only reason I'm putting this amendment forward.
Thank you. I would assert that if you want to know if you're creating unintended consequences, the only way to do that is by measurement. Thank you for bringing the amendment, sir.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Shaheen in opposition.
Members, this is just better left to debate in future legislatures, so having an expiration date doesn't make sense. I would ask that you vote against this amendment.
Mr. Jones to close.
Please vote for this amendment so that we can assess the impact of this bill. I move passage.
Mr. Jones sends an amendment. It's not acceptable to the bill author. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Shaheen voting nay. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Ms. Leo Wilson voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 52 ayes, 87 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
Jones of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I rise to offer an amendment that is deeply personal to me and vitally important for children of Texas. This amendment simply changes one word, but it could save lives. It strikes "not" on page 1, line 7, and deletes language on page 4 that would otherwise protect parents who reject their children for being LGBTQ+. My amendment makes it clear: rejecting a child's gender identity or sexual orientation is abuse. I know this because I lived it. People see me now as strong, successful, and outspoken, but I wasn't always that way. When I was a young girl, a tomboy, I got teased and bullied relentlessly. People used cruel words to describe what they thought was different, words that hurt, words that stuck. I had an uncle who was gay and a cousin who was lesbian. And even in my own family, people whispered about them like they were something to be ashamed of. No child should grow up hearing that who they are is wrong. No child should be shamed, silenced, or erased. I didn't come out until I was 50 years old. Imagine how different my life might have been if I had been affirmed, supported, loved out loud instead of surviving in silence. And I say surviving because, like so many LGBTQ+ kids, I reached a point where I didn't want to live. I attempted suicide. By the grace of God, I'm still here, but too many kids don't make it. Here's what the research shows. Gender-affirming care and validation reduce suicide risk among transgender youth by over 70% and their odds of depression by 60%. LGBTQIA+ youth who face parental rejection are far more likely to attempt suicide, suffer from depression, and turn to drugs. And it has been proven time and time again that not affirming a child's gender identity or sexual orientation is actively harmful to their mental health. Let's be clear, this is not about politics. It's about children's lives. This amendment ensures that the law reflects what we know to be true, that rejection based on identity is abuse, and it should be treated as such under Texas law. I move adoption.
Ms. Sheen in opposition.
Members, this changes the objective of the entire bill. I would ask you to vote against this amendment.
Ms. Jones to close.
Please vote for this amendment, and I close.
Ms. Jones sends an amendment. It's not acceptable to the bill author. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Sheen voting nay. Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 54 ayes, 82 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? Mr. Manuel in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I promise I am not going to be long. I am only doing this because this is the kind of questions that I was trying to ask. I am trying to get to the root cause of this. As a child who grew up, who watched his mother go through domestic violence, as someone who's been sexually assaulted, as someone who's seen his friends go to court and have to go back and forth, whose husbands have refused to pay child support, and then when they get locked up in the back, they pull out the money, and then they have to go and they bail out and they pay the back child support that they had been having for over 6 months. My main part on this one, and you all mainly know that I don't read, but I'm going to read this case scenario. This is the situation that I'm asking for legislative intent. Mom and dad are divorced. Their teen comes out as gay or transgender. The mom supports the child's use of their right or pronouns. The dad doesn't and keeps dragging the mom to court over it. What does HB 1106 do? Says that affirming a child's gender or sexual orientation is not abuse or neglect. This means CPS or a judge can't treat the dad's rejection as harmful in custody battles. Why is that the problem? The dad can keep using the court to harass the mom and the law to protect children. The child's mental health may suffer, but the judge can't consider this as a rejection as in danger. Let me also let all of you all know this. Currently under the law that we're living under, if you are a mom or dad going through divorce and you're married and there is not a protection order, all you have to legally do is go to any state and file an order of custody, which can drag a mother or a father from one end of the state to the other end of the state. There is nothing there that determines the mom or the dad automatically gets the child. Cases of abuse happen every single day. That is why we have the Family Violence Council. That is why we have protections for women and for men in these situations, because the court system is often used to keep, abusers use the court system to keep people in violent marriages by draining their bank accounts. Any of you in here that has done anything with family law will know that. I'm not expecting this to change anything. I want you to understand the point of why I was asking these questions, because I want you to ask this question to yourself. If your child, if you ever have to get a divorce, and this is the kind of law that happens, if you are in any of these situations, we have left a loophole for you to be used in a domestic violence situation, and if you don't think that it can happen to you, remember this. Never condemn a man to the same hell, because that might be the hell you condemn yourself to. Please understand what you are voting for. You can make this LGBTQ, you can make this anti-LGBTQ, but at the end of the day, this is about allowing abuse on people who have said they've loved each other or thought they loved each other and used a child in the middle of it. Just like someone having a child and they're not prepared to have a child, and someone getting pregnant or someone saying they're on some kind of contraceptive or having a vasectomy, people have used that to keep people in marriages. That is how abuse happens. And again, I'm telling you this as a child whose stepfather took me to my mother's job at 3 o'clock in the morning and told her from a guard stand at a TDCJ place, if you don't come outside, I'm gonna kill Christian and Farron. That's my life story at 8 years old. So if you don't think the court system can be used, and the only remedy my mother had with my younger brothers was she told the judge, I don't want anything from him. All I want is custody of my children. So my mother didn't get child support. So you know who had to step in at one point? It was you all as the legislator who paid for the SNAP benefits. So if you want to make it okay for abuse because you would rather say, I just want to make sure that LGBTQ people don't exist, or you want to make sure that parents have their right, do that. But please remember this. Since you just passed a bill on women's rights, you are leaving women and children open to abuse. And I'm telling you all that as a child who is gay, who's been gay his whole life. And I'm telling you what happens when parents use children in forms of abuse. This is one of the loopholes. So when your constituent calls asking for that help, and you say you did everything to make sure it happens this way, and the office says this doesn't work, just remember this. I told you so. You put your families and your kids at risk for domestic violence, all because you want to have a mythical being life of what you think is a religious doctrine of what the world is. But guess what? The world is not black and white. The world is black, white, gray, and there is multicolors to it. I appreciate your time, and I please hope that all of you remember something in here. Statistically, more than 10 of you in here are going through domestic violence, and that's here on this floor. Some of you are in emotional, physical forms of domestic violence, and some of you in here have been divorced. And let me tell you something, when you walk in that court and you have to go through that, remember you opened it up to yourself, and God forbid you have children that go through that, because those abusers, they will do and they will use every remedy to make sure that you suffer.
Mr. Shaheen to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has nothing to do with domestic violence. At the end of the day, nobody loves their child more than mom and dad. And what this legislation does ensures mom and dad don't lose custody of their child over a difference in ideology. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 54 nays. House Bill 1106 passes to engrossment. Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize me for a matter of personal privilege speech, please?
Please come down front.
The chair lays out HB 4070 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4070 by Johnson, relating to the sale, design, and manufacture of orthodontic devices.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members, you all may be familiar with the practice where somebody can go online and order a device that can help rearrange their teeth. Oftentimes that's done by just looking in a camera, and sometimes what they send you doesn't accurately fit or work. I know Representative Villalobos has signed on to this bill as a joint author because she has a friend that this has happened to. And so what we're saying here is when that happens and you haven't had a proper dental exam or x-ray, it can lead to breaking, cracking your teeth, or major jaw dysfunction and or gum disease that will cost you a whole bunch of money to try to correct on the back end. And so this bill simply says that you need to see your dentist like you regularly would. They prescribe and say, go get that, and that you get an x-ray to ensure that the device will fit properly. I want to again thank Chairman Ashby, Chairman Jarby, Chairman Harless, and Representative Villalobos for joining on the bill. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 78 ayes, 57 nays. House Bill 4070 passes to engrossment. The chair recognizes the Dean of the House to address the House.
Mr. Speaker, members, I've been privileged to be in this House for about 53 years. Not because I didn't have anything else to do. I just love it so much. And I've had that privilege of working with some of the wonderful, most wonderful persons that this state could ever send to this august body. Each of you have been privileged to sit in one of the most prestigious bodies in the world, the Texas Legislature. Each of you ran, you had elections, But there were certain things that you left on the battlefield when your election was over with. When you ran against a Democrat or Republican and that election was over with and you won, all of that dead stuff remained there, and it buried itself. We are grown people, adults here, with serious issues to be resolved. There's no room for name-calling, bashing, dropping people in the grease, whether it's in this body or whether it's on the internet or Twitter. Because the people are pulling for you and depending upon you to solve their issues, to come home and tell them that you brought the bacon home with you. The bacon of resolving issues, those kitchen table issues that we wrestle with. You're human. I recognize that, and you do too. You get angry, you get PO'd, we tell each other off, but we do it in an adult-like manner. When all of this is brushed aside, we're friends, we're family, we're one body, working together to solve the people's problems because they know that they have sent the best here in this body. I hate to see anybody tarnish this room with negative thoughts, dispositions, or attitudes. And I hate to think of anybody insulting another person because of their ideology. I disagree with so many of you in this room, and you disagree with me as well. But we do it in an adult-like manner. We have a few days remaining to finish up the people's business. Let's take this time when we walk through that door. Walk with the Holy Spirit and let Him guide us and do God's work. Let's get that work done. He's dependent upon us. He's blessed us every day to get up, to come here with life, with intelligence, and look, we live in a country with liberty, with justice, with freedom, the ability to live where you want to live, have what you want to have, and the ability to love and have peace and joy and worship. What else could you ask for? We live in all of the best of worlds. So I'm going to ask you tonight, all of those little bitty wee feelings that you've been having, bury them. Dismiss them. Roll your sleeves back up. And let's get to work in solving the people's problems. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to have the remarks of Dean Thompson reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2370. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2370 by Lopez of Cameron, relating to the authority of certain municipalities to use hotel occupancy tax revenue for certain venue projects.
Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a hot tax bill. It does not increase taxes. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 99 ayes, 36 nay. House Bill 2370 passed to engrossment. Mr. Tyndall, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it true that today is day 120 of 140?
Not advised at this time, Mr. Tinderholt.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
The legislative day that ends all House bills is Thursday, the 122nd day. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Tinderholt.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So that means that we have about 51 hours to complete these things. And for the freshmen, this is on page 384. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2404. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2404 by King, relating to the authority of certain counties to impose a hotel occupancy tax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2404 allows Childress County to impose a hot
Mr.
tax.
Speaker, I rise a point of order against further consideration of HB 2404 under Rule 8, Section 10.
Bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. Mr. King for a motion. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2404 just so Mr. Tenderholt feels special to his birthday, August 13th, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3863. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3863 by Canales, relating to claims payments to health care providers by health maintenance organizations, preferred provider benefit plans, and managed care organizations.
Mr. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3863 till 11:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 14th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2407. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2407 by Capriglione, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for failure of certain sex offenders to comply with sex offender registration requirements.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2407 strengthens Texas sex offender registration system. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 136 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2407 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2253. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2253 by Bojani, relating to the authority to cancel certain elections on a measure.
Mr. Bajani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was brought to me because of an issue that happened in my district. HB 2253 allows certain elections on bond measures to be canceled in the event of a disaster that is declared by the governor of the state of Texas. It gives flexibility to local governments to respond to emergencies while preserving election integrity. When disaster strikes, it is unsafe, impractical, and frankly a waste of taxpayer dollars to proceed with an election when there could be damage to the election system, risk to election workers, and harm to voters. Members, last session, this same policy passed out of the House with a bipartisan supermajority, but we ran out of time in the Senate. It passed unanimously this session out of the Elections Committee, and I thank Chairman Shaheen for his help on the committee substitute. I also want to thank Representative Schofield for who helped me and communicated with the governor's office to perfect this bill. I humbly request your favorable consideration on this bill in the best interest of our communities and to avoid burdening our voters who are already facing immense hardship. And I thank you, Representative Diala, as well. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bajani voting aye. Mr. Diala voting aye. Have all members voted? 98 ayes, 38 nays. House Bill 2253 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2273. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2273 by Bonin, relating to the delegation of certain authority of a county judge in certain counties.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Dr. Bonin's local bill about the delegation of county judge authority. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 2 nays. House Bill 2273 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2040. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2040 by King, relating to the required number of minutes of instructional time to be provided by a juvenile justice alternative education program.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2040 is a cleanup bill to House Bill 2610 from the 84th session. It simply moves juvenile justice alternative education programs into the minutes model. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 101 ayes, 36 nays. House Bill 2040 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 1586. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1586 by Hull, relating to an exemption from required immunizations for school enrollment.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about government efficiency. It allows parents to print an affidavit form, take it to get notarized, and then return it to their child's school for enrollment. Currently, a parent must apply to receive the form in the mail, which may take up to 3 weeks. That is if it is not delayed or lost. My bill will speed up this process and save the state $177,000 per year in supplies and postage alone, and the 4 FTEs hired during summer months to mail these forms. This bill promotes government efficiency, saves taxpayer dollars, and helps parents enroll their children each school year on time so they can access their fundamental right to an education.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
would the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady
Yes.
yield for questions. She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Hull. I know that you're aware that Texas is currently in the midst of an explosive measles outbreak and with more than 700 cases, 90 hospitalizations, many of them in ICU, 2 deaths. Does this bill do anything to protect or stop the deadly measles outbreak?
This bill is about where a form is printed.
Does it do anything to address what immunizations are meant to address?
This bill has nothing to do with that. This is about where a form is printed.
Does this bill do anything to help prevent the temporary closure of schools because of vaccine-preventable diseases?
Again, this bill is simply about where a form is printed.
Does where a form is printed do anything to help prevent infectious diseases?
Where a form is printed has nothing to do with that.
What does it have to do with?
The things that I had already talked about: government efficiency, saving taxpayer dollars, and a child's fundamental right to starting school on time, a fundamental right to their education. It is simply about where a form is printed. That is it.
So you mentioned the $177,000 saved in supplies, I believe it was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any information about the cost of care for those who are suffering from infectious diseases because they have been exposed to a communicable disease that could have been prevented with vaccination?
Where a form is printed has nothing to do with that.
Why does your bill instruct the Department of State Health Services to remove the seal or other security device, and this has to do with what the bill is about, I believe, that prevents the reproduction of the form? Couldn't a parent just download the form as many times as they need to instead of duplicating it? This way we could maintain the seal and ensure schools know that it is an official form. Why was the seal removed?
Because they will be able to print the form off themselves. There is no, the importance of the seal and any number of forms is irrelevant because the school districts have to report the number of forms they receive.
Can you tell me where this bill came from? Who asked for this bill?
I filed it myself.
And we all file them ourselves. I know I get that.
It came from me.
It came from you, okay.
Yes.
What about, did you hear from anyone else that wanted this legislation?
Yeah. I think.
No?
No. I mean, this issue, of course, gets talked about, but no, I filed this bill on my own because I wanted to file it, not because anyone asked me to or talked to me about it.
So they may not have asked you or talked to you about it. Maybe we'll try to ask that a little differently. What makes you think that this is a necessary piece of legislation? Where are you getting the desire for this legislation from?
Because I think I do not want children to keep starting school late. I think that is wrong when they have a fundamental right to an education, and having this form printed where the parents can either print it at home or go to Office Depot and print it themselves will make sure that they can start school on time. And it is a waste of taxpayer dollars to have forms printed and mailed to them when they can do it themselves.
And I definitely appreciate what you're suggesting about efficiency, about having good access to forms that are needed, getting ready for school on time, all of those things. Those make sense to me, but I still am trying to find out what it is that, other than what we just talked about. Did you hear from parents? Did you hear from schools? Did you hear from healthcare professionals? Who did you hear from that this is something that would be helpful?
School districts told me that it would be helpful so children can start school on time.
So school districts were looking for ways to help children start on time, and this form was keeping them from starting on time.
Correct.
And how was that keeping them from starting on time?
Because the forms were lost in the mail or somehow they did not get processed. And because there is no record of them with dishes, parents cannot call to check on the status of it. So they would have to request the form again. And if the form got lost again, so the children could be starting school late. So school districts wanted this so children can start school on time.
I do respect parental decisions. I'm a parent. I like to be able to make decisions about my family, just like everybody in here, I think, talks about. What I struggle with here is that I know there are, and I know you're saying it's about a form, but it's a form that's about vaccinations and about making the decision to not vaccinate your child. Is that not correct? Is that what the form is about?
The parent has already made that choice, so all the bill is doing is changing on where the form is printed.
Okay, that's fine, but the form is necessary because it's documenting the choice that has been made. Is that not correct?
Yes, which again, under Texas law, is
Right.
their fundamental right to make
Absolutely.
that choice.
I recognize that it's illegal to do that. I'm just asking. That is the form that we are talking about here that you keep telling me that's what this bill is about, is a
Yes.
form.
Correct.
That form is about documenting the choice to not vaccinate your child. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so what I struggle with there is what this does in terms of ignoring the rights of parents of medically fragile kids who also have the right to have access to our schools, and trying to find that right balance between a parent's right to choose to not vaccinate their child with what I think the civic responsibility to protect medically fragile children. And I don't know that this bill in any way helps us address that issue, or do you think that it does?
Not what this bill is about. This bill is simply about where a form is printed, so I don't think it's going to change anything. It's not going to change anything. It is simply where a form is printed.
Do you think that where the form is printed might have anything to do with people accessing a form and perhaps not being fully informed about what it is that they're choosing to do?
No, not at all.
Okay. I guess for me, it still seems to be about a form that is more easily accessible, that can facilitate a choice that may not be fully informed, and that can result in children who are not medically in a position to be around others that have not been vaccinated, that it compromises them. I guess the way I look at it is, you know, in the olden days in here, people lit up cigarettes all the time. And yeah, you want to bring that back? Okay. I don't think that would be very good. They had the spittoons in here too. But the fact is, we understand that we have a right to smoke if we want to. But we've fully accepted the fact, as evidence in this room, where I see no cigarettes being lit up right now, that we know it's not okay to smoke around other people, because what we do, even if it's our choice, can impact others. And in this case, I know we keep talking about it just being about a form, but we all know what that form is about. And this is about facilitating a choice to not be vaccinated in a way that I think is not fully informed and that does not take into account how this impacts the other people that we are around every day. And in this case, we're talking about medically fragile children. But thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
The lady
questions?
yield for questions.
Yes,
The
I
lady
will.
yields.
Representative Hull, I think I heard you answer a question from the previous person that was asking you questions, and you said that this bill is only about forms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I would direct your attention to the caption of your bill. It says, relating to an exemption from required immunizations for school enrollment. Doesn't say anything about forms. It says relating to an exemption from required immunizations for school enrollment.
An exemption form.
It doesn't say exemption form. It says
That's
an
what it
exemption
is.
from required immunizations for school enrollment.
It's an exemption. That's exactly what it is.
You said your bill is only about forms, but when I look at the
It's an exemption form. The bill is about an exemption form. Correct. Exemptions. That's exactly it.
well, it can't be both.
Yes,
But
it can.
let me
That's
ask-
exactly what it is. Everybody knows that the form is about exemptions. It is an exemption form, so it's the word games that you're playing.
Well, we disagree on that, and I'll ask you this question as well. You said it's only about forms, but under current law, they may maintain and report exemption data. The Department of State Health Services must track how many forms are distributed and report that information annually to the legislature. Your bill eliminates that requirement and furthermore prohibits the Department of State Health Services from retaining any personally identifying information about individuals who request or submit exemption forms.
They're already not allowed to keep that information. They do not, which is why currently if a parent calls to check on the status of the form, Dishes cannot tell them anything because they don't have any record of that.
Well,
The
it's
number
e-
of forms that you were talking about through Dishes is completely irrelevant because anyone can go and request them. I had my staff go on to request it to see how it works.
Well,
You
if
can go
it's-
and keep requesting forms and forms and forms and forms. It's irrelevant. The
Well,
parents have to turn in the form to the school district. That is the number that matters.
Well, if everything is okay, why did your bill specifically prohibit the activity that I just explained?
It is codifying that they cannot do that.
I see. Well, we have a disagreement on that, and for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1586 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Bryant raises a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1586 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 on the grounds the caption of the bill fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the bill. The bill's caption states that it relates to an exemption from required immunizations for school enrollment. The bill requires the Department of State Health Services to develop and post on the Internet a blank affidavit form for a person to claim an immunization exemption. The bill also makes changes to current law relating to security devices on the affidavit and the maintenance of records on use and access to the form. All these changes are tied to the exemption affidavit. Therefore, all elements of the bill fall within the subject described in the caption. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Please excuse Mr. Alcott because of an illness on motion of Mr. Tinderholt. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Flores.
Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as of May 9th, 2025, there have been 709 measles cases in Texas, leading to the death of 2 children, 92 hospitalization, and impacting 29 counties. Before this historic outbreak, the efficacy of the MMR vaccine was clear, so much so that in 2000, the United States declared the measles virus eliminated. Let that sink in. 25 years ago, our country virtually eliminated measles, and now we are on the verge of another national disease outbreak. The fact is that vaccines are one of the most significant public health accomplishments of all time. They have prevented countless cases of disease and disability and have saved millions of lives every year. This doesn't just stop being true because someone chooses not to get a vaccine. This amendment does not take away anyone's rights. It simply requires that before requesting the affidavit form, Texans are fully informed of both the benefits and the risks of vaccination. Furthermore, this amendment is in line with countless other informed consent requirements that the legislature imposes on Texans. Before the Dobbs decision, women were required to wait 24 hours and take home a booklet describing the stages of pregnancy before they could receive an abortion. And in just a few short months, Texans may receive notification regarding the harms of social media before accessing their Instagram accounts. This amendment is about ensuring individuals are fully informed about the benefits and risks associated with their decisions to not prevent the spread of diseases. Members, either you believe in the importance of informed consent or you don't. A vote against this amendment or for a motion to table will indicate to your constituents that informed consent only matters when you want to micromanage lives. I move adoption.
Ms. Hull in opposition.
I respectfully oppose. This is about where you print a form. Please vote no.
Ms. Flores to close.
Again, members, this amendment would simply, on page 1, between lines 15 and 16, insert the following. First of all, on page 1, line 13, we would strike A and substitute except as provided by subsection C1, A. On page 1, between lines 15 and 16, insert the following. C1, before the department provides an affidavit form under this section, the department shall require the person requesting the form to verify on an affidavit that the person, 1, watched a video provided by the department detailing the benefits and risks of vaccination, or 2, read a benefits and risks of vaccination information sheet provided by the department. Simply a matter of informing people what they are requesting when they request this form. Members, I ask that you vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Flores.
Move pass it.
Ms. Flores sends up an amendment. Ms. Hull is in opposition. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Hull voting nay. Mr. Patterson voting nay. Ms. Flores voting aye. Mr. Harris voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 51 ayes, 84 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is very simple. This bill is about allowing parents to download a form very easily from the internet, but the problem is that they may be making many decisions based on misinformation or not fully understanding the consequences of what they're doing. What this amendment would do was put into the bill that the same website, something that being done easily, simply, and cheaply, put on this website the list of the deaths of children under 5 who have died from a disease that is preventable in this state. With that disease, whether it be measles, smallpox, or any of the other diseases that we have vaccines for. We know that a child who has obtained a vaccine exemption is 35 times more likely to contract these type of preventable diseases like measles, a disease that is currently burning its way through Texas right now because our herd immunity in the state has been greatly compromised by parents and by families who have chosen to not vaccinate against a proven, from a disease that we know that has a proven effective vaccination. In the last couple of months, we have witnessed the true impact and the consequences of a lack of vaccines have on children. While we are happy to legislate against all these other things, banning kids from getting all sorts of different kinds of medical care, we ignore the most obvious danger that's right in front of them. Many of these diseases in the past killed millions upon millions of people. Diseases that we thought were once eradicated. Measles was supposed to be effectively eradicated in the United States since the year 2000. And since then, it has made a roaring comeback. Texas being one of the epicenters. The return of many diseases that the world has previously eradicated is due to the number of people who have vaccine hesitancy and people who are being exempted from the system and become vectors for the disease. All this amendment would do is simply give parents information, provide them with the information that they can use or not use. That's their choice, but all it is just information. I don't think that's a lot to ask. Move adoption.
Ms. Hall in opposition.
That is not relevant to this bill. I respectfully oppose and ask you to vote no.
Mr. Wu to close.
This bill is about allowing parents and families to opt out of getting a vaccination when they go to school. All this amendment does is provide them with information. That's it. Why is information so terrible? Why is it so scary? Because for a lot of people, if they find out what the truth is, if they find out that this is a reality for their children, if they find out that other children their age, same age as their child, have died recently, have died within the past year from this same type of preventable disease, it might help people rethink their choices. We are setting ourselves up for a disaster. The vaccination rates in the state are going lower and lower, and ask all the doctors on this floor, once we get past a certain threshold where we have lost herd immunity, if these diseases start back through the environment, they will spread like wildfire. Hope you vote yes on the amendment.
Mr. Wu sends an amendment. It's opposed by Ms. Hull. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Hull voting nay. Dr. Alverson voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 51 ayes, 83 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment is about parents' rights. This is about a parent's right to know if their child is in danger of contracting a vaccine-preventable disease. According to the Department of State Health Services, half of Texas counties have lower than recommended measles vaccination rates for kindergartners, which creates pockets in which measles can spread. Measles requires about 95% of the population to be vaccinated in order for herd immunity to kick in. So to put that in perspective, Texas classrooms are prohibited from having more than 20 to 22 students depending on the grade level. So to achieve herd immunity, only one student could be unvaccinated at any given time. The more students in that classroom that are not vaccinated put everyone at risk of contracting a deadly disease. Making it easier for a parent to opt out of preventing the spread of disease creates pockets of under-vaccinated and vulnerable children and poses a great risk to the entire community. Parents of a child who may not be able to be vaccinated, such as a child who is immunocompromised due to a disease like leukemia, should know. Parents should know if their child is at greater risk on their school campus. This amendment simply directs school districts to report de-identified campus-level vaccine exemption information to the Department of State Health Services so they can make that aggregate data available to the public. The amendment also requires DSHS to conduct biannual research on disease outbreaks and data implications. This amendment empowers parents with data on how many unvaccinated students attend their school so they can make decisions about how to best protect their children from potentially deadly diseases. Move adoption.
Ms. Hull in opposition.
The number of exemptions are already reported by each school district. This amendment is unnecessary, and I ask you respectfully to oppose and vote no.
Ms. Howard to close.
This provides additional information than what is currently available. It allows parents to get the information they need to make the choice that they want to make for their child, to make sure their child is protected, that if they need to make a choice to go to a different school, whatever that choice needs to be, the parent has to have that information to protect their child. I move adoption, and I'll ask you to vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. It's opposed by Ms. Hull. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Ms. Hull voting nay, Dr. Alverson voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 54 ayes, 83 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Dr. Lalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. People have rights and rights to freedom, but freedom comes with a responsibility. When we choose to live in a society, we must live and abide by the greater good. We make sure that our freedom does not come on the cost of others. The science and data shows that immunization helps, but some may choose not to do so. My amendment would ensure that if previously eradicated disease like measles or polio is active and is spreading in the state, as determined by the Department of State Health Services, then this provision of this bill would not apply to vaccine of that disease. I move adoption.
All in opposition.
I respectfully oppose and ask you to vote no.
Dr. Lonnie to close.
Members, follow science, follow data, follow knowledge. Please vote yes.
Dr. Lonnie sends up an amendment. It's opposed by Ms. Hull. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Busey voting aye, Dr. Alverson voting nay, Ms. Hull voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 55 ayes, 83 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Mr. Busey.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, members. As we've discussed before, herd immunity is when enough individuals are vaccinated for a disease so that it becomes difficult for that disease to spread, even to those who are not vaccinated. This amendment is simple. It would require a public school with 5% or more of students claiming exemptions from required immunizations to notify families receiving that exemption for medical reasons of the percentage. This empowers those parents that are most vulnerable. So just to make it very clear what this amendment does, it doesn't take anything out of the bill. It keeps the bill whole. It just says if you are an immunocompromised student, you're going to this school, and now this school, and so you've used this same form. You can't take the vaccines for medical reasons. So you're at this school, and you're there, and now if over 5% of that school, which is the threshold for herd immunity, has opted out of vaccines, all this amendment says is notify that parent. Notify that vulnerable kid's parent, and then maybe they're going to use one of these school vouchers to go to a school that requires vaccines. So with this amendment, we're going to empower parents of the most vulnerable students in Texas. Takes nothing out of the bill. Just says, let's help those most vulnerable. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Ms. Hull in opposition.
I respectfully oppose and ask you to vote no.
Mr. Busey to close.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, I heard this bill in committee, and Representative Hull is a good friend of mine, and we've talked about this bill after the committee layout. And I've heard her say tonight, this bill is about a form, and I agree with her on the black and white of the paper. This is about a form, and it's about how you access that form. The problem, and the reason I brought this amendment, is we know in states where this form becomes more accessible, the amount of those that are opting out goes up. So we know that while this bill is about a form, the cause and effect, the consequences of this bill will be more kids opting out of immunization, more kids opting out of vaccines. Remember, my amendment, members, is for the most vulnerable kids with the highest health risk that cannot take vaccines. They have also used this form to opt out. They're not getting vaccines because of medical reasons. So we're just saying, let that parent know when this school has crossed the threshold that would stop herd immunity and make them extra at risk. We've all sent our kids to school. We know how bugs and viruses can spread. We know how it can spread rapidly. Most of us, that means we're home for 24 hours. We're talking about the kids that could die. So just notify them. Notify their parent anonymously about the kids. We're not saying give any personal information, but our school has had more than 5% opt out, and your student being in this school is now at higher risk, and you may need to look at another option. That's all this bill's do. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. It's opposed by Ms. Hull. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Busey voting aye. Ms. Hull voting nay. Dr. Alverson voting nay. Have all members voted? Mr. Hunter voting nay. Have all members voted? 55 ayes, 84 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know this is about a form, but I think Representative Busey did a good job of talking about what the impacts are of easy access to forms without being fully informed necessarily of the consequences of that, and how that has resulted in increased outbreaks in communities that have increased exemptions. I think he's bringing, is that it? This is a chart, if you can see it here, that shows Texas's non-medical exemptions, 2003 to 2024, and I think you can just see that we've got significantly more exemptions now than we've had before. It doesn't appear that there's an issue with people who want exemptions getting them. Easing access is not really something that needs to be put in place. And let me just say, I'm older than most people in here. I remember when we had these communicable diseases. I had them all. I'm one of those that had it and survived, and I'm very lucky because a lot of children back in my day did not. I had an uncle who had polio. He was in an iron lung for an entire year as an 11-year-old, away from his family. These are real diseases that my generation and the people before me experienced. One of the greatest things that has happened in public health in the past century has been the development of effective, safe vaccines. It has saved hundreds of lives. And it's very hard when you didn't live in that time to really understand how bad it was. It's in the past. It's something that you haven't had any lived experience with, many of you in here. And it doesn't have the same consequence to you that it does to people like me who were around and who had those diseases and who saw people who suffered and who died as a result of those diseases. This is real. We had almost eradicated measles, and it's back. This is making it easier unnecessarily to access forms, which seem like a simple thing to do. Oh, I don't have time to go get this. I don't know where to go get the vaccine. I just can download this and I can go ahead and get my kid in school. Yeah, I get it. They've got a lot of things on our minds, a lot of things we have to do, a lot of things to get kids ready for school, and this is just one more thing. People need the information to know why this one more thing is one of the most important things that they can do for their children and for all the other children that are around them in the school.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for a few questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for a few
Of
questions?
course.
She yields.
Thank you so much, Representative Howard. I really, in particular, appreciate your story about polio. Were you aware that my great-grandmother had one leg shorter than the other and walked with a limp her entire life because of her childhood experience with polio?
And my uncle had a limp his entire life as well.
I really appreciate you talking about this dramatic impact and how much the current pushback against vaccines is them being a victim of their own success. But we're seeing that success start to wane as we see more vaccine hesitancy. Did we lose some children in Texas to measles recently?
Unfortunately, we did. And it's tragic that they were lost to something that is preventable.
And Representative Howard, given some of the rise we're seeing in these vaccines, or I'm sorry, in vaccine hesitancy, given this rise we're seeing in whooping cough, which is most dangerous to babies who are too young to even get the vaccine, what message do you think the Texas legislature should be sending to the Texas public about the safety and efficacy of vaccines?
Well, I mean, the first message I think you just said is that these are extremely safe. The stories that we hear about adverse events are very rare. Most of adverse events are minor. The consequence of not being vaccinated, we're seeing right now, as you point out, 2 children have already died in our state. This is a very simple thing to do that can have tremendous impacts on the safety of not only your child, but the community at large. And we do not want to see these diseases come back. They spread oftentimes like wildfire and start to create the situation where more and more people get sick, more and more people will die. And this is a very simple thing that you can do that will keep your family safe and keep other families safe as well.
If we pass this bill today, are we sending Texans the wrong message?
I think we're minimizing the impact of what this is about if we pass this bill. We're saying that it's no big deal. Fill out a form. You don't even have to be informed about what this is about. You don't have to see your pediatrician or your doctor to get more information about whether or not this is the best thing for you or not. You're not being given the pros and cons of what really is happening here. So I think we're doing a disservice to people. We're minimizing something that can be very tragic. We're acting like it's just so simple. All you have to do is download a form and fill it out and be done with it. I'm extremely concerned about what that means for our future, and I think it's a very unscientific and irresponsible message for us to be sending to the public.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you.
Mr. Vo.
Mr. Speaker, with the gentle lady yield?
Does the gentle yield?
Yes.
She yields.
Representative Howard, you know that I grew up in Vietnam, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, by the time I grew up, during my age when I grew up, we didn't have vaccines in Vietnam. And just want to let you know that my brother, he didn't have a polio vaccine. So he had polio. And that's the reason why immunization and all sort of vaccine is very important and critical for our children who grew up, who will grow up and will be disease-free, right?
Yes, I agree.
And that happened to my family, to my brother, because he didn't have a polio vaccine before. So just want to let the body know that, I mean, vaccines are good and it prevents diseases and mishaps happening. And it will cost the family and will cost the state more money, right?
Oh, absolutely. And as I was saying, I mean, so many people in here haven't been around to see it. You and I have. We have seen it. We know it up close and personal and firsthand, and it's tragic.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentle yield for questions?
Of course.
She yields.
So we've added hundreds or more than double the vaccines. Don't we think it's right that parents actually have a choice to choose? And don't they make the best decisions for their kids?
I would like to think that parents
Okay, thank you.
typically make the best decisions for their children, yes. That being said, I think that they can always benefit from learning more about the pros and cons so that they can really make an informed decision. I hope that we can defeat this legislation because I think that it will, in the long run, be detrimental to the public health of Texans.
Ms. Hull in opposition. Ms. Hull to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about where a form is printed. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1586. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. There being 85 ayes, 57 nays, House Bill 1586 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3788. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3788 by Spiller, relating to the operations of municipal hospital authorities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill improves flexibility for municipal hospital authorities, updates governance provisions, and ensures that they can continue delivering health-related services to their communities. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3788. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. There being 118 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 3788 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3993. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3993 by Troxclair, relating to taxes imposed on Venice Liquor.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and surely what is one of the best bills of the entire session. This bill combines lower taxes and American wine. So I ask for your favorable consideration and move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3993. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 117 ayes, 21 nays, House Bill 3993 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4690. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4690 by Gerdes, relating to motor fuel measuring quality and testing standards.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill helps to keep fuel costs down for customers, and I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gerdes.
Mr. Gerdes.
This amendment clarifies that TDLR follow ASTM International Motor Fuel Standards. I move adoption.
Mr. Gerdes sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Gerdes to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Morgan voting aye. 139 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4690 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4309. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4309 by Busey, relating to the filing fee for nomination by convention.
Mr. Busey.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 4309 would align the filing fees paid by both types of political party candidates such that all candidates seeking nomination pay their filing fees to the same party chair whom they submit their application. This bill would correct this disparity by allowing all candidates, regardless of party nomination method, to pay filing fees directly to their political party. This change would restore equal treatment under the law, uphold the constitutional rights of political association, and bring consistency to the election process across all parties. Right now, Republicans and Democrats file, and our money goes to put on our primary. Third parties, Libertarians, Green Party, and such, file, and their money goes to the general fund. I'm saying let their money go to their primary process. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Raymond in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a small bill, but it's an important one. I want you to listen for just a second. And I want to thank the Texas Policy Research folks for supporting this. And I want to thank TCC for staying neutral on it. But let me tell you why you ought to vote for it. When you go register to file to run, whether if you're a Republican, that money goes to your party to help with the elections. When I go file as a Democrat, it goes to the Democratic Party to run the elections. When these third parties go file, they got by statute, by law, they have to pay a filing fee, and that money goes to the General Revenue Fund in the state of Texas. That's wrong, man. That's just wrong. We shouldn't do that. Let them use it for their party, for their nominating process or whatever. We can't keep doing these kinds of things where we're taking money from people and just charging taxes, fees, sending it to GR. So please, members, please, just vote for it, okay? And thank you again to Texas Policy Research for being for it and TCC for staying neutral.
Mr. Tepper, for what purpose?
I'm waiting for the bill author to.
Mr. Busey to close.
If he will yield for a question.
Of course. Thank you, Mr.
Gentlemen
Speaker.
yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentlemen yield for questions.
I genuinely don't understand this. I'm sorry. It just kind of popped up on me. The two parties have a primary.
Correct.
The third parties usually have a convention system or otherwise. How will this?
So what we're proposing, when I file in my county to my Williamson County Democratic Party, right? And my $750 goes there, and that money goes to help put on the primaries. Now, there's not enough, so we actually subsidize, the state subsidizes Republican and Democratic primaries on top of our filing fees. And so that's how it works for the two main parties, the only parties represented on this floor. For third parties, you're correct. They don't do the primary system like we do. They do conventions, and they nominate at their conventions. And so I'm saying our money goes to our process for electing our nominees. I want their filing fee money to go to their process for electing their nominees. So they would pay it to their county party chair or their state party chair, depending on where they file. And that money would go into their party specifically to be used for their primary process. It's not, I don't want to confuse you, it's not primary word, but their nominating process at the convention level.
So their nominating process would be at the convention level, so it would go to support, I guess, the cost of their convention.
Yeah, but specifically for the costs around putting it on so they can nominate. Correct. I just think if we're going to charge them a fee, and it wasn't that long ago that we implemented, they used to not have a fee. We did, and they didn't because they didn't have the primary. And then this body, and I don't want to get the year wrong, but not too many sessions ago, added the fee with the argument of let's make it consistent. And I'm just saying, if we're going to make it consistent, it shouldn't go to the GR fund. It should be consistent like what we do, and that's what this bill does.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 67 ayes and 70 nays, House Bill 4309 fails to pass. Verification has been requested. Members, please take your seats.
I didn't vote. I forgot to vote.
Thank you.
The clerk will proceed with calling the names of the members voting nay.
Alders. Ashby. Barry.
Mr. Barry on the floor of the House. Temporarily strike his name.
Bella Montgomery. Bella Kaufman. Buckley. Buckley.
Is Mr. Buckley on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Bumgarner. Kane. Cook. Craddock. Craddock.
Is Mr. Craddock on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Cunningham. Curry. Darby, Dean, De Ayala, DeRazio, Dyson, Fairley, Frank, Gerties, Harless, Harris Davila, Harrison, Hayes, Hefner, Hickland, Holt, Hopper, Hull, Isaac, Kerwin, Kitzman, LaHood, Lambert, Landgraf, Leach, Leo Wilson, Little, Louderback, Lowe, Lozano, Luther, McLaughlin, McQueenie, Metcalf, Money, Oliverson, Orr, Patterson, Paul, Phelan, Pearson, Richardson, Schatzline, Schoolcraft, Schaffner, Slauson, Smithy, Spiller, Swanson, Tepper, Tinderholt, Toth, Troxclair, Van Dever, Basut, Villalobos, Verdell, Wharton, Wilson.
The clerk will proceed calling the names of the members voting aye.
Allen, Anchia, Bernal, Bojani, Bowers, Bryant, Busey, Button, Campos, Canales, Cole,
Is Ms. Cole on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Collier, Cortez, A. Davis of Dallas, Y. Davis of Dallas, Dutton, Flores, Gomez, Garcia Bear, Garcia of Dallas, Garcia Hernandez, Gates, Guerin, Gonzalez of Dallas, Gonzalez of El Paso, Goodwin, Guerra, Guillen, Hernandez, Hinojosa, Howard, Johnson, Johnson,
Is Ms. Johnson on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Jones of Harris, Jones of Dallas, King, Lalani, Longoria, Lujan, Manuel, Martinez, Martinez,
Is Mr. Martinez on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Meyer, Mesa, Moody, Morales of Harris, Morales of Maverick, Morales Shaw, Munoz, Noble, Ordaz, Perez of Harris, Perez of El Paso, Plessa, Raymond, Reynolds, Rodriguez Ramos, Romero, Rose, Rosenthal, Shaheen, Talarico, Thompson, Turner, Vo, Wale, Ward Johnson, Wu, Zwiener.
Is Mr. Berry on the floor of the House? Show him present voting nay. Is Dr. Buckley on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Mr. Craddock on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Ms. Cole on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Ms. Johnson on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Mr. Martinez on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Members Representatives Gates, Noble, Meyer, Button, and King voted nay, but were shown voting aye. Show them voting nay. The following members were present in the chamber, but their machines failed to register. Show Representatives Martinez Fisher voting aye. Representatives Morgan, Hunter, Harris, Capriglio, and Bonin voting nay. Members, the verification reflects 60 ayes, 78 nays. House Bill 4309 fails to pass. Chair lays out. So please excuse Mr. Martinez Fisher because of important business on motion of Mr. Representative Cortez. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Yeah, he just left the door. Please excuse Ms. Cole because of important business on motion of Ms. Ward Johnson. Please excuse Speaker Craddock because of important business on motion of Mr. Curry. Please excuse Ms. Johnson because of important business on motion of Ms. Gomez. Please excuse Dr. Buckley because of an illness on motion of Mr. Harris. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays on second reading House Bill 4696. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4696 by Garcia of Dallas, relating to the remote participation of certain persons in a proceeding for the issuance or modification of a protective order.
Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, protective orders are one of the most effective tools we have for preventing future violence. But for too many Texans, the ability to obtain one can be compromised by the requirement to appear in person at a hearing. House Bill 4696 establishes a legal and clear pathway for applicants and witnesses to request remote participation in protective orders and proceedings unless there is good cause to deny the request. This bill passed unanimously out of the Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence Committee. I would like to thank Chairman Leach and our Dean, Ms. T, Representative LaHood, and Representative Johnson for supporting me as joint authors. Mr. Speaker, I move to passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Gertie's voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. LaHood voting aye. 89 ayes, 48 nays. House Bill 4696 passes to engrossment. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The meeting of Intergovernmental Affairs, which is scheduled to reconvene upon final adjournment, recess, or reading and referral of bills, if permission granted, is canceled.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2308. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2308 by Morales and Maverick, relating to the establishment of the Texas Commission on Border Security and Illegal Immigration.
Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you recall, the governor at the beginning of session made a request to President Trump for the reimbursement of the $12 billion that the state of Texas has allocated for border security. We actually moved, Mexican American Legislative Caucus, a bipartisan caucus, moved to actually ask for $15 billion. If that money comes in, I think we should be able to be ready to see what we do with that money. This bill would form an advisory commission to study and examine our current state laws regarding our border security efforts in an effort to maximize efficiency and develop a comprehensive and coordinated approach to address these challenges. So on that basis, We have a bipartisan setup up here of joint authors. I'd ask for your support in the event that happens. And even if that money is not returned, we need to be ready for the next migrant surge that takes place. This commission would establish policies, would establish developed ideas that we can promote and that then we can implement and move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Canals voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 82 ayes, 54 nays. House Bill 2308 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1142. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1142 by Oliverson relating to coverage for mental health conditions and substance use disorders under certain governmental health benefit plans.
Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply adds ERS and TRS to our already awesome mental health parity law from 2017, and I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Dr. Oliverson for working with me on this. This amendment simply ensures our statute fully comply with federal requirements regarding parity for mental health and substance use disorder treatment. It is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Turner sends up amendments acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair has done. The amendments adopted. Dr. Oliverson to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 37 nays. House Bill 1142 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1533. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1533 by Button relating to the system for appraising property for ad valorem tax purposes.
Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1533 reforms the appraisal process to increase transparency, improve fairness, and protect the rights of taxpayers. It builds on past legislative efforts to ensure appraisal districts operate with greater accountability and public access. I have both Chairman Turner and also Chairman Heath, as well as Chairwoman Noble as my joint author for this bill. This bill has been, similar bill was passed last session out of the House unanimously, but run out of time to work on in the Senate, so we refile this, and hopefully that you will support this bill.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Good. Amendment by Little.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rube, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Little amendment under House Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. Little on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment. I thank Chairwoman Button for indulging me. This is an amendment that permits certain nonprofit community business organizations to apply for and receive an exemption from taxation. Move
Ms.
adoption.
Button in opposition.
I appreciate that your representatives' interest in this bill, but this bill is a tightly negotiated bill, and we have committed to keep this clean because, you know, this is so important, and so I respectfully to move to table the amendment.
Mr. Little to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Little sends up an amendment. Ms. Button has moved to table. The questions on the motion to the table, record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Turner voting aye. Ms. Button voting aye. Mr. Meyer voting aye. Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 45 nays. The motion table prevails. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is exceedingly simple. This simply asks for the comptroller to promulgate a form so that when you receive a property tax refund, the property owner has the ability to direct where that refund should go. And I move adoption. I hope it's acceptable to the author.
Is this a bill you had?
I have a bill, but there's also a Paxton bill too. If it's acceptable to you, that would be great. Yeah, absolutely. It's just to promulgate the form. Sorry, and that's way too thick. It's like
That's a good amendment. No. No. It would.
No, I didn't think either one did, but just want to make sure it's acceptable to all.
Once again, I appreciate his effort, but I really, really want to keep this clean because this is what we promised. And, you know, there, in such a short time, they just filed, so we didn't have a chance to really comprehend what they talk about. So I moved to table in order to keep this bill clean. And thank you very much.
Mr. Little in opposition. To close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope that you'll move to, or that you'll vote against tabling this amendment. I obviously approached Chairwoman Button about this amendment several times over the last couple of weeks. I hope that you'll move to table it, or I'm sorry, that you'll not move to table and vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Little sends up an amendment. Ms. Button has moved to table. The questions on the motion to table, record vote, clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye, Mr. Button voting aye, Mr. Bell voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes and 47 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following announcement, clerk read the announcement.
The meeting of Public Education, which is scheduled to reconvene upon final adjournment, recess, or reading and referral of bills, if permission granted, is canceled.
Ms. Button to close on her bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Bell voting aye. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1533 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays down second reading. House Bill 1621. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1621 by Lujan relating to a matching grant program for technological enhancements at hospitals providing mental health care services.
Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1621 creates a one-time matching grant program to help psychiatric hospitals upgrade outdated technology so they can meet federal health data standards and improve care coordination for mental health patients across Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 44 nays. House Bill 1621 passes to engrossment. Chair lays down second reading. House Bill 2242. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 2242 by Dutton relating to policymaking authority of constables for the purpose of a federal civil rights action.
Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I was surprised to learn that in federal courts, the federal courts in the Southern District assume that the sheriff is the only policymaking authority for law enforcement. And what this does is it says that if a constable is involved, the constable becomes the policymaker. Oh, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 83 ayes, 54 nays. House Bill 2242 passes to engrossment. Trustee Hernandez, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing all debate and speeches on House Bill 1106, please.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2012. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2012 by Bella Montgomery relating to regulation by certain counties of roadside or parking lot vendors and solicitors.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, current law states that the Commissioners Court of a county with a population of more than 1.3 million may regulate roadside vendor activities in unincorporated areas. 2024 Montgomery County Commissioners Court passed a resolution with unanimous support for legislation authorizing the county to regulate roadside businesses in unincorporated county. Resolution cited its proliferation of roadside businesses without regulatory controls, posing safety and welfare challenges to citizens of our county. House Bill 2012 is bracketed to allow counties with a population more than 600,000 that are adjacent to a county with a population of more than 4 million to have the same ability. This is an important bill for our area, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 32 nays. House Bill 2012 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2193. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2193 by Guillen relating to a study by the Texas Veterans Commission regarding the provision of veteran benefits in this state.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this directs the Texas Veterans Commission to conduct a statewide study on the geographic distribution of veterans claims benefit advisors and to ensure veterans, especially in rural underserved counties, are not being left behind. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 111 ayes and 25 nays, House Bill 2193 passed to engrossment. Mr. Money, for what purpose?
I move that the parliamentary inquiries by Representative Kane, Tinderhold, and myself, and the responses by the chair be reduced to writing and entered.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is not so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2442. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2442 by Busey relating to an application for an early voting ballot by mail.
Mr. Busey, for a motion.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, we're in final debates with the President of the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2442 until 10:49 a.m. Wednesday, May the 14th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2464. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2464 by Hefner relating to the authority of a municipality to regulate a home-based business.
Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2464 prevents unnecessary local regulations and permitting requirements that needlessly intrude on Texans' ability to work from home and operate no-impact home-based businesses.
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what purpose?
I believe there's an amendment.
Will the gentleman yield for some
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
Sure.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. In reading your bill, this is just for points of clarification. The home-based business that is allowed under this legislation, the local municipality is not able to, or it says on page 2, the governing body of a municipality may not adopt or enforce an ordinance, regulation, or other measure in this home-based business, correct?
Correct.
And it doesn't allow the municipality to require the home-based business to obtain a license, permit, or other approval to operate the business?
That's correct.
And what kind of businesses were you, what were the premise of this bill? What kind of home-based businesses?
No impact home-based businesses, those that do not require any additional parking, that doesn't have doesn't increase the traffic. It'd be like a single mom that's doing taxes or has an internet business, something like that.
Okay. And I didn't really see in this bill, but it could also be a single mom who wants to make food and deliver it from her home as well. I understand your bill specifically says they can't be on the street, there can't be a lot of traffic that's blocking the street and such, but it could be somebody who is cooking and delivering food from their home, correct?
Well, I'm not sure that that would fall under the definition of a no-impact business. I'm not sure about that.
Well, it seems like the no-impact business, they could have employees and such, but they cannot generate on-street parking. They have to operate where there's no activities from the street. So that could essentially be me cooking and delivering tamales, but I'm cooking it in my house and I'm I'm delivering it to different places, correct?
No, I believe the bill, I'm going by memory here, Representative Ramos, but I think they would have to be in compliance with health and safety.
Yes,
codes,
and that's
I
the
believe.
point I was getting at, because you're correct. It does say that they have to be in compliance with health and safety, that the local municipality can in fact require that there be in compliance with, building code, regulation code, health and sanitation. So I appreciate that in your bill that does allow the local municipality to enforce sanitation. So if somebody is cooking from their home, we want to make sure there's not rodents and all that stuff while they're cooking and delivering this food, correct?
That's my understanding. I believe that's correct.
Yes, sir. And so your bill does allow the municipality to enforce that. My question is, it does not allow the municipality to obtain a license, permit, or other approval so that one can operate the business. So my question is, if the municipality cannot require a license, permit, or other approval from the business, how are they to enforce sanitation or the fire building code? How are they to enforce that if they're not able to require a permit or any other type of license from this home-based business?
Well, does it not say here on page 2, line 24, that that the governing body of the municipality may require that a home-based business be in compliance with federal, state, and local?
Yes, sir. It says they may require it, but they're not allowed to require a permit. So if I don't have to have a permit and I can cook and do all of this stuff for my house, how is the municipality to know that I need to be inspected for sanitation regulations, fire, building code, and that I'm not putting my neighbors at risk or the people I'm delivering food to at risk?
Well, I would assume that if they're performing a business that is performing food services, then they would fall under that purview of having to have their sanitation and comply with health and safety codes.
Yes, sir, but the only way the
But that's not the kind of business we're after. We're talking about the non-impact or no impact, internet business, taxes, things like that. We're not going to be manufacturing things or repairing, welding and grinding and beating on steel.
I understand that's probably the intention, but as you read the letter of the law, it does allow for that space where they can cook from home. So I can cook and sell stuff from home, and that does technically qualify.
So you can currently do that now? Is that what you're saying?
Well, under this bill I can, because if I want to cook from home and sell food, I can fit the no impact home-based business, because I can have people there working, but I'm not generating on-street parking because they're not picking up their food or eating it at my home. I'm delivering it to them. And there are no visible activities from the street because I'm in my kitchen with 2 or 3 employees. So I'm going to now, in my rodent-infested house, deliver this food, and the municipality will never know because they can't require me to get permits, and I'm not going to say...
How would they know currently if somebody's doing that today?
I'm talking about this bill. I don't know, and I don't know that this is legal now, today, which is, this bill makes it legal.
No, it says
and
they
that's
have,
my
to, they have to
question.
comply with health and safety.
Okay, how do they comply with that if the municipality is not able to inspect? Is it on the business? How does the municipality know that they need to inspect my kitchen for sanitation purposes?
Well, I'll have to dig into that, Representative
Okay.
Rodriguez-Ramos, that detail.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
Mr. Bernal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what my amendment does simply is that to the extent that permits or licenses are required, that the political subdivision has to turn it around in at least 15 business days. Otherwise, people are trying to make money, get their business to work, and they're waiting there, wanting to get started, and the municipality is dragging their feet. This way, once they apply, they've got 15 days and they should get their permit or license. If they don't, then the fee that they pay the city or the county has to get refunded. It is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Bernal sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Hefner to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is about giving no-impact home-based businesses more freedom. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Have all members voted? 116 ayes, 15 nays. House Bill 2464 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2348. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 2348 by Capriglione relating to the video recording of a deposition taken of the testimony of certain elderly or disabled persons in a criminal case.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is House Bill 2348, which strengthens protections for the elderly and disabled. Hold on. And disabled individuals who may serve as key witnesses in criminal cases by allowing their depositions to be video recorded and used in court. I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment. Clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this deletes paragraph B2 is acceptable to the offer, and I move adoption.
Mr. Cook sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Capriglione to close.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 119 ayes, 18 nays. House Bill 2348 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2313. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 2313 by Tepper relating to the authority of certain municipalities to use certain tax revenue for certain qualified projects.
Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've turned this into one of those omnibus PFZ bills. House Bill 2313 would allow the city of Lubbock to designate a project financing zone. I have two amendments.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tepper.
Mr. Tepper.
This amendment is to include the city of Frisco. The bill would, they are expecting a corporate relocation. If the corporate relocation does not happen, it will cancel the PFZ.
Mr. Tepper sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection?
Move passage.
Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tepper.
Mr. Tepper.
This amendment includes Corpus Christi. They'll be able to move the PFZ inland a bit so they don't cover so much water. Move adoption.
Mr. Tepper sends up amendments. Acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Tepper to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 98 ayes, 35 nays. House Bill 2313 passes to engrossment. Shows out on second reading. House Bill 2289. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 2289 by Isaac relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has to do with revenue for convention center projects. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 82 ayes, 49 nays. House Bill 2289 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 1942. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1942 by Smithy relating to participation of an advanced practice registered nurse as a participating or preferred provider for health maintenance organizations and preferred provider benefit plans.
Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just allows, in the case of advanced practice registered nurses, they can be supervised, they're supervised by a doctor. It just requires that the physician doesn't have to be in the same network. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 130 ayes, 2 nays, 1942 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2011. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 2011 by Bella Montgomery relating to the right to repurchase from a condemning entity certain real property for which an ad valorem taxes are delinquent.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2011 deals with repurchasing of land that was taken from your constituents in mind by eminent domain. While eminent domain can be used when needed to acquire public property for public use, current law provides conditions for the original owner to repurchase their acquired land should the public use be canceled or no progress made for 10 years. However, some entities can use eminent domain to acquire property and then they don't pay their taxes, their property taxes, which can remain delinquent for multiple years. House Bill 2011 seeks to address this by making certain that the original property owner or their family have the opportunity to purchase the property that was taken from them by eminent domain by paying the property taxes for the acquired property. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2011 passes engrossment. Shows out second reading. House Bill 1629. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1629 by Landgraf relating to fireworks sales to the public by retail firework permit holders in certain counties.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that increases the number of counties where Texans are allowed to celebrate Cinco de Mayo with fireworks if the Commissioners Court approves. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 123 ayes, 15 nays. House Bill 1629 passed engrossment. Shows on second reading. House Bill 2993. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2993 by Guillen relating to the carrying of a handgun by a county commissioner in certain locations.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this extends existing handgun carry protections to licensed county commissioners, aligning their rights with those already granted to county judges, county attorneys, and county clerks. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 99 ayes, 38 nays. House Bill 2993 passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 3592. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3592 by Phelan relating to restrictions on political contributions by out-of-state contributors providing a civil penalty.
Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3592 seeks to safeguard the integrity of elections by limiting out-of-state contributions for statewide offices, district office, and county offices per election period. Move passage.
Following amendment. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Phelan.
Speaker Phelan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment simply strikes the words "or made" on page 2, line 6. Move adoption.
Speaker Phelan says amendment. Sub of the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Speaker Phelan to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 100 ayes, 32 nays. House Bill 3592 passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 3824. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3824 by King relating to fire safety standards and emergency operations plans for the operation of battery energy storage.
Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3824 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 14th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 4076. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4076 by Leach relating to prohibiting organ transplant recipient discrimination on the basis of vaccination status.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, imagine yourself or a loved one, maybe one of your children, being the recipient of an organ transplant, finding a perfect match, only to be told that because you or your child is not vaccinated, that because of that reason they solely cannot get that organ transplant. This bill is meant to solve that problem and fix that issue in the state of Texas, and with that I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 95 ayes, 41 nays. House Bill 4076 passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 4535. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4535 by McQueenie relating to COVID-19 vaccination administration requirements.
Mr. McQueenie for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we postpone further consideration of House Bill 4535 until 7:55 a.m. Wednesday, May 14th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 4623. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4623 by Little relating to liability of public schools and professional school employees for certain injuries to students.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, happy to have the opportunity to lay out House Bill 4623. How dare you? It begins. Chairman Guerin, is this appropriate? Where is Chairman Guerin? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Move passage.
It is appropriate under the House rules for the member's first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, we have a sexual abuse crisis in our public schools in Texas. It's indisputable and we can't look away. In 2019, this chamber established a mandatory educator misconduct reporting portal. Between September 21st of 2021 and July of 2024, there were 52,782 total complaints recorded against Texas educators. These complaints are expressed in one spreadsheet that's organized by House district. The House printing office printed it for me for $60. It's 1,533 pages long, and it's right over there by my desk on the House floor. In the last 3 years, there were 6,888 reports of sexual and violent misconduct by public school employees against our students in the state of Texas. As of July 2024, 6,654 of these allegations were left unresolved. 44,349 educators have been flagged as do not hire in the state of Texas, yet enforcement actions remain either inconsistent or non-existent at all. House Bill 4623 purports to remove sovereign immunity from our school districts for certain acts and omissions by their employees that constitute crimes of sexual misconduct.
Mr. Leach, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield just for a quick couple questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do yield for questions.
All right.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Little. So we've been discussing here at the back mic. We know this is your first bill, and you're appropriately so surrounded by your classmates. But we're going to ask that you oblige us that your hazing is going to come tomorrow on third reading. Because, and we've all agreed to that, because this bill is a serious bill. Every bill on this floor is a serious bill, but it's important that we not make light of this situation. And so you're going to get your hazing tomorrow, if that's
I do
okay.
consent, Chairman Leach. Thank you for your cooperation and help with this bill.
So, members, this bill, and members, you could stay up there with them. You don't have to leave, even though we're not going to haze them. Representative Little, I want you to go ahead with your opening. This is some of the same information you shared with us in our committee hearing, and I want to make sure that the members are paying attention to exactly what you're talking about here.
Thank you so much, Chairman Leach. We now cannot go in Texas one single week without learning of a new act of sex abuse against a child in our public schools. These are euphemistically referred to as an improper relationship between a student and an educator. That is not what this is. What this bill does is it's going to create joint and several liability between the school employee and the school district itself, and it's going to provide for recovery of actual damages and attorney's fees. 38,778 cases were reported but never even formally opened for investigation in the state of Texas. We must do better. We can do better. This bill will allow the courts some ability to at least balance these harms and address the harms that are occurring in our public school system.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
All right. Thank you, Representative Little, for bringing this important bill. So just to be clear, we're talking about educator misconduct here, correct?
Correct. By any public school employee.
And your bill has created joint and several liability for school districts as the employer, but also for the employees who are actually engaged in the misconduct.
Correct. I believe Representative Hinojosa has an amendment to narrow the scope of this somewhat, but yes, the original bill, it creates joint and several liability as between the school district and the violating public school employee.
Okay, well, I'm fully in support of this and appreciate you bringing this bill. I think that Texas is one of the first states in the country, when we pass this into law, to do something like this. I think some other states are advancing legislation on the same front. But I believe that strongly that if Texas does this, other states are going to follow suit. One of the concerns that many of us have heard from our school districts, and I don't think it's an illegitimate concern, you and I have talked about it, is just the financial stability of a school district So in my area, representing 10 school districts, all of whom are rightfully concerned about cracking down on educator misconduct, but also their financial status. One lawsuit, as you know, can in many cases result in not only actual damages of thousands and thousands of dollars, but if not on top of that, hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional damages. And so for school districts that are already struggling financially, what is your response to them as the author of the bill in terms of how school districts can plan for this potential liability and prepare for it?
I think they will absolutely have to address this through an insurance policy and insure against the loss or potential risk through errors and omissions policy, likely, and just like private schools and other organizations do.
Well, Representative Little, I appreciate you bringing this. You've had a hell of a first session, and this is a great, great first bill. I'm normally a less lawsuit guy, more tort reform, but I will tell you that when it comes to protecting our children and cracking down on child abuse and educator misconduct, if we need lawsuits to do that, then I say bring the lawsuits on. And so thank you for bringing this bill, Representative Little.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Little
The gentleman
yield
yield
for
for
a few
questions?
I certainly will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Little, we spoke briefly earlier today about some of the experiences we had in our district with this horrendous crime to children and the victims of this crime. And I guess my question to you would be, would this bill help deter future crimes committed by these bad actors on these poor children?
Thank you for your question, Representative Wally. I think there's no question that the bill will create a deterrent effect. I think right now there's not enough incentive for school districts in the state of Texas to solve the problem because they will always be immune from suit until they are not. I had a lengthy conversation with Representative Wharton. There was a week in, I believe, the month of March of this year where they had 4 of these cases in 1 week. Improper relationship with a student, solicitation of a prostitute by a school employee, another case of improper relationship with a student. These are grievous crimes that are being committed by public school employees. Almost all of our teachers and public school employees are wonderful people. The problem is we do not have the necessary tools to rein in this problem. The state of Texas has made it obvious that these problems are going to persist unless we do something about it.
And with your bill, you believe that this would hold these evil people and bad actors accountable, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And we need a mechanism for accountability through the court system where victims and their families are denied access to the courts currently.
And it wouldn't be fair for this trauma, for of this bad act, that type of trauma shouldn't be, we shouldn't have any mechanism to correct or mitigate some of the issues that come about with these horrible crimes. And this is what your bill is trying to correct.
Yes, Representative Wally, right now we have a harm without a remedy, and we heard from many people who had been sexually abused by public school employees here in the state of Texas at the committee hearing on this matter. They're horrific, and we have to have a way to address it. This gives us one tool.
And I don't want to go back to law school, but we're going to have to go back to law school because you mentioned joint and several liability. What does that mean so that the public is aware about the ramifications of passing your bill? Because you have ramifications for the institution and the schools, and obviously there are some legitimate concerns regarding that. And as Chairman Leach mentioned, the financial implications. But what does that mean to the average person so that the public is aware about if we pass this bill? And I'm going to support the bill. What are those ramifications?
Great question. So joint and several liability is a form of vicarious liability. So you have the person, the individual public school employee who creates the harm against the victim in the public school. And
Correct.
The school district is going to become vicariously liable for the same damage that is caused by its employee. We have principles in law that address this, a principle called respondeat superior, where you have principal is responsible for the agent's conduct that occurs during the course and scope of employment. We're trying to address problems that are occurring either on school grounds or off school grounds by a relationship that was created in the school district. The problem is that if you don't like going to a private school, you can leave. If you don't like going to a business and someone there makes you uncomfortable, you can leave. These families who are sending children to school, expecting their children to be safe from these types of quote-unquote improper relationships, have no choice. And they also have no access to the school system. And Representative Wally, I appreciate your support.
And in law school and criminal law, you learned about strict liability offenses in criminal law. What does the strict liability apply in these cases?
It does as the bill is currently situated. So the school district will be responsible for its employees. We have a similar principle in what I'll call premises liability cases in Texas. So if you own a building or a parking lot and you know that crime is going on there and it is readily foreseeable to you, you're responsible to make sure that your facility doesn't cause harm to other third parties, whether through the criminal acts of people who work for you or not. And so I believe if you look at that stack of paper over there to your right, Representative Wally, this is about as foreseeable as it gets in the state of Texas. We know that there are people in our schools who are abusing our kids, and we need a remedy. And I think this provides us one way at it.
Okay. And so under normal, on the civil side, separate from the criminal side, on the civil side, when you file a cause of action, there are certain standards that you have to meet. This one's different though, right? Because of the strict liabilities. It's not normal negligence. This was, I mean, once you are aware that somebody is committing this type of evil crime, you will be strictly liable. Is that how I understand it?
That's how the bill is currently drafted, and Representative Hinojosa has an amendment that will touch on this issue, and I encourage you to stay tuned to that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Representative Wally.
Senator Host, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I do.
He yields for questions.
Representative Little, you and I have talked about this bill a lot. Just to clarify, this bill waives sovereign immunity, but it also goes to strict liability for the school district, which means even if the school district as the employer does everything right and still, unfortunately and terribly, something happens to a child and a child is sexually abused by an employee, that school district is still strictly liable, even if they've done their due diligence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anywhere else that we have in law strict liability for an employer when the employee commits a crime?
Yep. So negligence per se, when you're engaged in a crime, for example, if you are running a red light, breaking the law, where the harm that is caused to the victim is also in conjunction with a legal violation. That's it's the situation that's most analogous to this one. We also have a similar situation with premises liability. That's why I kind of analogized to that earlier. You see these cases in civil courts with rundown buildings or dark parking lots where there have been rapes, robberies, murders. Once you know that there's a foreseeable risk of harm on that property, you are now kind of responsible for ensuring that you perform your duty of care in taking care of visitors to that property.
Right, but still a requirement of a duty of care, and and here though even if you achieve your duty of care or your due diligence or your background check, whatever it is that is the standard duty of care for an employer, and I don't know what that is. I would assume it's a background check. Even still, you would be liable under your bill as it is currently written, though you and I have talked about an amendment.
That's right, and we have talked about an amendment. One of my concerns is that the school district will always say, well, we ran a background check. Well, we didn't know Coach Johnson was a problem when they very much did. We've all been around kids. We've all been around schools, and everyone knows who the bad actors are, but the schools just don't have enough they don't have enough incentive to get rid of these people.
There's criminal liability, though.
For
whom? Is that correct?
For whom?
Well, isn't there criminal liability for non-reporters?
Yes. If you know about abuse. Not if you suspect abuse. If you know about abuse.
Okay, your background and purpose in your bill analysis is interesting to me because it refers to an educator misconduct reporting portal administered by the TEA. And this is supposed to be the rationale for the bill. And it says that a majority of these reports were left unresolved. And this is in the time frame of July 2024. I had not heard about this educator misconduct reporting portal. Can you elaborate on what this is?
Yes, these are just atmospherics for the bill. My understanding is that this legislature required the creation of this educator misconduct reporting portal. And since this body decided to create this vehicle for information has begun to accumulate in it, and we now know more than ever about what's going on in our public schools from a misconduct standpoint. There's a book that was put out by an organization called Texas Education 911, and out of the reports that have been categorized in this educator misconduct portal, 10% of the reports are sexual in nature, 1% sexual harassment, 13% inappropriate relationship with a student, in addition to other violent types of offenses or by a public school employee.
And I am familiar with this 911 group, but isn't there a big complaint that the agency has dropped the ball on these allegations of sexual abuse, that the agency is not doing its part to address these allegations and these complaints?
That is one complaint, but I think you'll appreciate that there are two ends of this system that are attached by this conveyor belt of information going back and forth. So the school districts are required to report information to the TEA. TEA is obligated to investigate it. If they investigate it, the school district is still obligated to action that. The TEA doesn't action it. So fundamentally, I would say we have a problem that the reports of abuse that are going back and forth between the TEA and the school district are never getting fully addressed. These matters are not getting resolved, and we need, I think, access to the court system to resolve them.
They're dying at the TEA, and so it seems appropriate to me that the liability should be on the state, that we should be suing the state for not taking action with the sexual misconduct complaints that it has within its possession that it's not acting on.
I understand that's your position. That's not what the bill addresses.
Okay, is that something you would support doing?
It depends on what the circumstances are, but that's not the point of this bill.
Okay. Who pays these judgments if the school district is held liable for sexual misconduct by
I anticipate the
an
school district
employer?
will be required to. I would expect that any diligent school district would go out and insure against this loss.
Ultimately, taxpayers pay it, right?
I would expect their insurance company to pay that. I would expect taxpayers through the school district to pay the premium.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Yields for
Thank you,
questions.
Representative. No trick questions. I told you I would vote for this bill, and I'm going to. But I do want to ask you, do you know or are you aware of any other state that has passed a bill or a law similar to this?
I do. I can name them for you. Just a moment.
Sure.
Pennsylvania, North Carolina, California, Michigan, Maryland, New York.
And in recent years, or have they been around for a while, do you know?
2019, 2018, 2023. This is a recent development. I think, Representative Raymond, when you and I were kids going to school, more things were tolerated, fewer things were talked about. Now these things are coming into public view, and I think the problem is getting worse.
And in these states, I want to get to figuring out how we can actually do more to stop what you're trying to stop, what I think all those standing there and I and others would like to stop. So I'm trying to figure out the best way. And so in my mind, what I think is that the deterrent for those who would do these things is more likely to be more severe punishment, if you will, because if we pass this, it becomes law, I think the perpetrator, if I can call him that, is likely to not be swayed too much by the fact that the school district for which they work may be sued for $1 million or $2 million or whatever it is, right? Maybe less. But you see where I'm going with it? Is that trying to figure out how we can most effectively, maybe that's the right way to say it, most effectively address this. And so since you've seen that other states like Pennsylvania and New York have passed laws similar to this, have they done other things with reference to on the penalty side?
As far as a criminal penalty?
Yes.
Well, I
don't know what other kind there could be.
I couldn't speak to the criminal penalties in all of those states.
Hold on, Ms. Speaker, could you bang the
Sorry.
gavel a little bit, please?
Sorry.
I can't. It's a little.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Raymond. I couldn't speak to the criminal penalties in all of those states. Here's what I would tell you based upon my experience in dealing with people who are serious sexual offenders is they typically have between 10 and 13 victims on average. They are typically so compulsive that they are offending against...
Time has expired.
Thanks, Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Ms. Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't think there's anybody in this body who thinks sexual misconduct in our schools is okay. It's horrific. We need to do everything we can to stop it. But sometimes it happens. It happened when I was on the school board at Austin ISD, and it is a punch in the gut. It is devastating to school communities, and I can't even imagine what it means to the families who experience it. But this bill, in my opinion, goes too far. This bill not just waives sovereign immunity, which is the protection that government has from lawsuit, because in the end, taxpayers end up paying for those lawsuits. It not only waives that, but it holds the school district strictly liable. Again, as I said in the questioning, what that means is that even if the school district did everything right, background checks, due diligent hiring, and all of the responsible things it should be doing in the supervision of the employment of its employees, it would be held liable with no cap in the amount of damages that the plaintiffs could collect against the school district, which is, again, against the taxpayer ultimately. The bill does limit it to actual damages, right? But again, there's no cap on those damages. So what my amendment does is it puts into the bill a requirement that the school district act with negligence in its either hiring or supervision of the employee, and then it caps the amount that the plaintiff can collect in a lawsuit at $250,000. The reason for the $250,000 cap is based on a similar cap in what is the Texas Torts Claims Act, which is based on Section 101.023 of the Government Liability Torts Claims Act, which states that state government, it's maxed out at $250,000, local government is maxed out at $100,000, and a municipality at $250,000. These are examples of caps that are on different forms of government when liability is waived. So that's what I looked to figure out what would be the appropriate cap in this case. And with that, I urge your support and I move adoption.
Following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you to Representative Hinojosa for bringing this amendment to me early so we could have a discussion in earnest about it. I am okay limiting the scope of liability to negligent hiring, supervision, or should probably be retention, or employing a public professional school employee. I think that is a reasonable limitation on the potential liability in the bill. The thing that I'm not okay with, and I'm asking you to stay with me on, is amending the cap on damages to $500,000 and not $250,000. If the damage cap is at $250,000, it'll be very difficult to find the right attorney to represent potential victims in these cases. $500,000 is a bargain for the harm that is absolutely caused by these types of really rapes, improper relationships between students and educators. These children will be living with a lifetime of trauma. And keep in mind that if we're talking about equalizing public schools and private schools in this state, there is no cap on liability in private schools. There is no sovereign immunity that they enjoy. And I'm going to ask you to help us put it on an even footing and set a reasonable damages cap at $500,000 and accept my amendment to Representative Hinojosa's amendment.
Ms. Hinojosa on the amendment to the amendment.
I appreciate Representative Little being supportive of the amendment. The $250,000 cap is based on statute that currently exists. I'm just going to leave it to the will of the House.
Members, this is a record vote on the amendment to the amendment. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye, Ms. Luther voting aye, Mr. Little voting aye. Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all Mr. Rowles voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 9 nays. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Ms. Hinojosa on the amendment as amended. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is accepted. Mr. Little to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's another amendment. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Is Mr. Toth on the floor of the House?
Amendment by Toth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply codifies in Family Code Section 261.01 that if a district is guilty of abuse, or they will be held liable, and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Toth sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears objection. Mr. Wally, for what purpose? Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
With the gentleman yield, I know we have a motion to accept it, but I just want to get the little more information on the amendment.
Mr. Toth, will you yield for questions?
It's not germane. It's not germane.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Toth Amendment on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down.
What does your amendment do? It adds another layer to it. It adds another layer of sexual misconduct. He's got abuse or neglect and killer.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Little? And the point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Little to close.
Me too. Mr. Speaker,
Jones, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
Representative Little,
I will.
I'm sorry. Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Little, may I ask why this bill doesn't extend to private schools that receive voucher money?
Because they're not immune from suit. In fact, I've sued some of them.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield just for a few questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
Representative Little, as you close, now that we're back on the bill as amended, the Representative Hinojosa's amendment, what did that do?
It changed the scope of liability from strict liability on
I'll stop you there, right? Because we talked about strict liability.
We did.
In our earlier discussion. That was a much higher standard. Is that my understanding?
By higher standard, you mean much
a more stringent,
lot tougher on the school district.
Very tough on the school district.
Very tough.
Okay.
This is still tough, but it's not as tough. It's going to require the victim to demonstrate that the ongoing employment, hiring, retention, supervision of that employee was negligent, and that the school district breached a duty of care in continuing to either hire or employ that person.
Okay, so we went from strict liability, where it's very onerous on the employer,
correct,
meaning the school district,
correct,
to in the normal civil process to a negligence standard.
Yes.
Okay, and then the initial cap was 250, and it was raised to 500,000.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wally.
Mr. Speaker.
Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
Certainly.
Yields for questions.
All right, thank you. Kind of in line with Mr. Wally, just trying to understand where we're landing now that everything's gone through amendment. And as your bill came to the floor, there were no caps included in the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with her amendment, as amended by your amendment, there is now a cap in the bill?
That's right, and it's more in line with the Texas Tort Claims Act. First, some of those claims in the Texas Tort Claims Act are capped at $500,000 per incident or occurrence.
Okay, does it still leave us with the discrepancy between private schools and the public schools as how they're defined in your bill?
Not in my belief, so this is a little bit off in the weeds, but most private schools are organized as charitable organizations, and we have charitable immunity in Texas where total damages are capped at $500,000, and we can debate whether that's right or wrong. I certainly would like to at some point in this chamber, but that is the current state of the law.
And we actually discussed this in committee, right? In trying to figure out the proper place to land here. So I just want to say that I appreciate you trying to merge those things in an equitable way, because when we're talking about this conduct, we may have that further discussion, and I hope we do at some point, because we're talking about egregious conduct. But I am glad that we've gotten to a point where we are creating an equitable lane between both. If there's violations in either sector, that we're going to make sure that we hold people accountable to the same degree, and I appreciate you working on that.
Speaker Moody, if you found me to be reasonable, don't tell anyone. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you, members. Just want to briefly thank Texas Education 911 and Eileen Blickowski and Jaco Boyens Ministries and Tammy Brown Rodriguez, Citizens Defending Freedom, Texas Eagle Forum, and Amy Lynn. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye, Ms. Luther voting aye, Mr. Little voting aye.
So proud of you.
Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 4623 passes to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Sir, Guerra moves that the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills until 10 a.m. Wednesday in memory of Dr. Nedra America McAllen. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills. The following on first reading and referral, the clerk will read the bills.
SB 111 by Hall relating to reporting by school districts regarding special education legal proceedings in which a certain amount of legal fees has been incurred by a district part of the Committee on Public Education. SB 205 by Paxton relating to a fetal development instruction included as part of the public education health curriculum in certain grade levels for the Committee on Public Education. SB 261 by Perry relating to prohibiting the offering for sale and the sale of cultured protein, providing penalties for the Committee on Public Health. SB 466 by Paxton relating to the definition of fetal death certificate for the Committee on Public Health. SB 705 by Zaffarini relating to the Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Contractors Advisory Board for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 748 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of laser hair removal for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 876 by Birdwell relating to the designation of the portion of U.S. Highway 377 in Hood and Johnson counties as the Bob Cornett Parkway for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1400 by Colcourse relating to a study on measurable outcomes for certain transfer students for their performance tier funding under the Public Junior College State Finance Program for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1581 by Blanco relating to eligibility of a trustee of certain school districts for employment of those districts for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1608 by Campbell relating to the physical examination requirements for patients admitted to an inpatient mental health facility for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1723 by Creighton relating to establishment of rapid DNA analysis pilot program in certain counties for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Affairs, Public Safety and Veterans Affairs. SB 1730 by Hall relating to the recovery of damages for injuries arising out of certain uses of force or deadly force for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1858 by Hagenview relating to the eligibility for bulletproof vests and body armor grant program for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety and Veterans Affairs. SB 1903 by Campbell relating to the composition board of directors of the Texas Permanent School Fund Corporation for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1946 by Zaffarini relating to the creation of Family Violence Criminal Homicide Prevention Task Force for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety and Veterans Affairs. SB 1986 by Hall relating to the warning labels for opioid prescription drugs for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2017 by Betancourt relating to the creation of criminal offense for operating a motor vehicle under certain circumstances causing a tire of the vehicle to spin, lose traction, or leave the surface of a highway for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2058 by Parker relating to the publication by the Texas Board of Nursing and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board of certain nursing education data for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2063 by Parker relating to ad valorem tax protests and appeals on the ground of unequal appraisal for property for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2105 by Blanco relating to the authority of the County Attorney or District Attorney to enforce human trafficking awareness and prevention in commercial lodging establishments for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2137 by Menendez relating to the allocation of low-income housing tax credits for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2177 by Hagenview relating to the creation of the grant program to assist local law enforcement agencies to solve violence and sexual offenses for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety and Veterans Affairs. SB 2203 by Birdwell relating to the certification of discovery issues to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and contested cases referred to the State Offices of Administrative Hearings by Commission for the Committee on Environmental Regulation. SB 2260 by Cook relating to the disclosure and posting of certain information regarding multifamily residential developments that receive certain tax exemptions and the eligibility of those developments to receive those exemptions for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2311 by Paxton relating to the requirements for the operational plan for certain general residential operations licensed by the Health and Human Services Commission for the Committee on Human Services. SB 2417 by King relating to the investigations conducted and actions brought by the Attorney General under the Texas Free Enterprise and Antitrust Act of 1983 for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 2519 by Betancourt relating to the restrictions on the use of certain ad valorem taxes and the issuance of certain bonds supported by ad valorem taxes for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2611 by West relating to the status of certain documents or instruments concerning real or personal property, creating the criminal offense of real property theft and real property fraud, and establishing statute of limitations of those offenses, harmonizing other statute of limitation provisions, increasing criminal penalty for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2637 by Johnson relating to disclosures about certain automated posts on social media platforms providing civil penalty for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2764 by Cook relating to the information provided to a purchaser of a manufactured home regarding the ability to elect to treat the home as a real property or personal property for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2794 by Paxton relating to the criminal offense of interference with child custody for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2878 by Hughes relating to the operation and administration of and the practices and procedures related to proceedings in the judicial branch of state government, including court security, court documents and arrest warrants, document delivery, juvenile boards, and youth diversion, increasing criminal penalty, authorizing fees for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 2995 by West relating to the displacement of student financial aid at public institutions of higher education for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 3037 by Zaffarini relating to the creation of La Cima Municipal Management District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granting limited power of eminent domain for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 3059 by Campbell, relating to the preservation, maintenance, restoration, and protection of the Alamo Complex and surrounding area by the Alamo Commission for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday.